Commissioner, I had a couple of questions for Ms. Bada. Ms. Bada, on cross yesterday, you discussed the difference between the estimated and actual PFAS project cost.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Aqua provide updated costs for the in-service PFAS projects through September 30th in our discovery on their rebuttal?
They did.
Did you calculate a new average project cost with these updated costs?
Correct. I did. The 2024 installed projects, the cost did not change. The 2025 installed projects, there was few additional costs incorporated into the revised cost.
And what was that? How did the average cost change?
The average cost after the additional information that Aqua provided, my initial number average treatment cost was $211,500 approximately, and the revised cost that I got after the new information was approximately $8,000 higher, like $219,000 approximately is the new average.
Thank you. You also, with Ms. Fennell, you discussed the potential for Aqua to interconnect with other public systems.
Yes.
To avoid having to install their own PFAS.
Correct.
Treatment. What do you understand Aqua's decision process to be when they consider whether to interconnect with nearby systems?
Other than the couple of systems like Ms. Plummer mentioned yesterday, the Two Rivers one that's interconnected, and Hickory, I think two systems that are going to be interconnected instead of installing a PFAS treatment on site. The other ones, when I questioned about it, why interconnection option was not explored, the answer was the source of supply is not PFAS free.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Is there any additional redirect?
No.
All right. Well, we will go ahead and move to commissioner questions. Mr. Hauser, I have a few of you, and we'll have you reviewed Aqua's September 30th, 2025 report on its efforts to reduce purchase water costs for the town of Pittsboro? And if so, based upon your review, what is your opinion of whether Aqua should continue to report on these efforts?
Yes, I have reviewed the additional Pittsboro report that they filed on the 30th. My opinion on it is that the company should continue to report on an annual basis, and that can be rolled into the annual reporting timeline. And I believe the company should continue reporting, particularly given that the Pittsboro or now Tri-River indicated that it was open to doing a cost of service study for the company. I think the company should continue reporting until it has reported to the commission the results of that study by Tri-River.
Okay, we're going to move on to the conservation pilot program. You testify on page 32 of your testimony that Aqua's conservation pilot program was approved in sub 526 rate case and continued in the last rate case. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Is it your understanding that the purpose of the pilot program was to allow Aqua to analyze the results of a tiered rate structure on a smaller scale before designing and applying one or more final tier rate designs to the larger population of Aqua?
Yes, my understanding is that the purpose of the pilot was to look into if it was possible to implement that on a larger scale.
All right. Now, you expressed concerns on page 32, lines 17 through 20, that Aqua proposes to continue the tier rate structure created by the conservation pilot program without a proposal to expand or otherwise modify the program, or discussion on how the findings of the analysis can be implemented into its rate design. In general, since the public staff opposes Aqua's request to continue the current tiered rate structure on a small scale, what does the public staff believe would be the next steps for Aqua to continue its evaluation of conservation rates to be implemented into its rate design for a larger population of its customers in future proceedings?
I'm not sure what the next step would be to implement the conservation, the findings of their conservation study. I think we have some concerns about whether or not, we have had concerns about whether or not the findings from the pilot program could be extrapolated to all of Aqua's customers. I think we also have concerns that because the service areas which were compared to the tiered rate service areas weren't named, whether or not those were equivalent, and the data from the pilot program was representative overall of Aqua's customer base, and if that could be extrapolated. I'm not sure we have a recommendation at this time as to how it would be distributed, but, we still support evaluation of conservation efforts.
And the comparative analysis you're talking about determining if systems were relatively comparable, has there been discussion with Aqua about the other areas that it's been compared to?
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to Ms. Bada, and we're going to discuss the PFAS project schedule and treatment options. On page 24 of your testimony, you state that Aqua could explore the option of interconnecting to a municipal system for approximately 49 entry points, including the 9 under consideration by the company for municipal interconnection. Now, how did you arrive at the count of 49 entry points eligible for municipal interconnection?
That was Aqua provided information on the list of Aqua, the sites that have exceeded the PFAS limits that need treatment on site. One of the information was if there was an interconnection, alternative interconnection option. So it was Aqua provided information. They had specifically cited for each site if an interconnection was available.
Got it. Now,
Was an option.
Okay. Now, on page 37 of the WISP panel rebuttal, they state that they did not find it appropriate to mitigate PFAS contamination by interconnecting to a supplying water system that has PFAS contamination. Do the municipal systems considered for interconnection with these 49 entry points contain PFAS levels above the current EPA MCLs? If you know, and
I do not know for all the systems if they have a PFAS in their source of supply. I know for a few, at least Johnston County, Aqua already purchases water from them for several of their service areas. They do have PFAS in their source of supply. Fayetteville, PWC, Aqua also purchases water from them currently for some of their service area. They do have it, and I do know that Johnston County and Fayetteville are in the process of incorporating a treatment, PFAS removal system in their treatment. And I also know that Pittsburgh does have PFAS in their source of supply. And from my understanding with discussing this issue with the utilities director in this investigation process, that they have incorporated, I think, a GAC removal system, and it's taken out most of the PFAS.
so do you have?
But other systems, I do not know the details.
You do
Most
not
of
know
the
the
source of
details.
supplies probably do have it, except if they're in the mountains.
So you wouldn't know if the systems that they might interconnect to, what the level of PFAS contamination might be as it relates to the existing MCL standards.
That is correct. I mean, the statement I made about that interconnection was that every regulated water system needs to comply with the rules, and eventually all those systems will have a removal system.
Okay. Now, in pages 52 through 55 of your testimony, you recommend using the average completed PFAS project cost of $211,495 to adjust the company's capital improvement plans PFAS project marker. Now, the company maintained in their rebuttal testimony that essentially the project cost is $421,798, stating that your analysis lacks the inclusion of construction administration and oversight costs, as well as final construction costs that might have come in after the fact, after the primary elements of the project were completed. Now, have you reviewed a sample of the projects within the rebuttal with panel Exhibit 4?
I have. Prior to the rebuttal, Aqua had not provided, and I did not specifically ask. I did not say, give me each individual PFAS project cost estimate. But what I had seen was the 6 projects that they constructed and placed in service in 2024, November and December. The complete cost for them, we had come to a conclusion that those were the complete cost. And based on their estimates for those projects, the cost difference, Aqua's estimates were about approximately 50% higher than what the projects cost. For the 10 projects that I included in my average calculation, in the rebuttal process, Aqua did clarify that there's some other invoices that would be incorporated. But I did, as Miss Lucy asked me, Edmondson, she asked me one of the questions, that how did the average cost change after Aqua provided additional invoices for the 2025 installed projects? It increased by $8,000. That does not, and Aqua now is saying that they might be able to get all the invoices for those 25 installed projects that were installed by June 30th, 2025, by end of November. So it might increase the cost a bit if we were to incorporate those additional expenses, but it is going to be nowhere close to what Aqua estimates for those projects cost to be.
So based upon your response, what I'm understanding is that if you took the $211,495 and added approximately $8,000, that would be what your recommendation would be at this time?
218,000, yes.
218,000,
yes.
And of course, they raise the issue about construction supervision and also contract administration costs. Have you given that consideration as well to see if you would adjust your estimate based upon those additional factors? And I believe at one point they even talk about engineering costs.
Correct. So the projects that I used that were recently constructed, the cost does include all that. It includes the engineering cost, it includes the oversight, whatever was needed to bring at least those 6 projects up to completion, if those are the final costs. So all that cost is incorporated, even the ones that were installed in 2025. I don't know how much they're going to go up by, but the average cost that I have calculated because of those expenses should be already in the expenses that Aqua has provided. So it should be considered in there.
They should be a part of it.
Yes.
And of course, Aqua contends that they're looking at historical data based upon their experience as to what these new project costs should be.
Correct.
Have you evaluated their historical data or information beyond the information which you've received already?
Well, regarding the PFAS, if it's for the PFAS project, what a better way to estimate a project cost than the most recently installed projects, the actual cost that went into them. And I know there's that caveat that maybe the 2025 project cost may not be fully, they might not be complete, but I think that's a lot better than making an estimate based on, that's the history that Aqua has. I know there's one PFAS project that first initially went into service in October of 2022. I did not include that in part of my average cost calculation because that was the first project that Aqua provided PFAS treatment. That was their first PFAS treatment project, and they did encounter some issues where they had to change the media and they had to make some modifications, and that was a pretty high cost. But I think they have learned from the mistake of that first installation, and then the other costs are pretty similar that I have seen on the other new ones that they have installed.
And I believe Aqua has indicated that based upon the in-service cost of projects that they have already completed, that it would be in the range of 315,000 to 650,000 in current present day dollars. Is that right?
Yes,
But they've come up with an average cost of 421,798, which they say includes engineering as well as construction, oversight and supervision, contract administration. I take it that there's just a strong difference of opinion on these
correct.
issues.
Theirs is an estimated cost divided by the number of projects. And I mean, their rebuttal information does include site by site from $315,000 to $760,000. But my average cost is based on what the project actually cost when they were placed into service. And then I looked at the cost estimate difference. I mean, Aqua has given us in a DR response of the estimates that they made for those 6 projects that we all agree are the final cost. Their estimates are 50% higher, approximately. I mean, they range from 46 to 56%.
Do you have any concern about the number of projects they can complete, PFAS projects, based upon the schedule that they have proposed at this time?
I mean, Aqua has been working with a lot of vendors. I mean, I don't have a concern of the number of projects, but what I can say is what I have seen. They were planning to complete 50 PFAS treatment projects in 2025. And based on the rebuttal information we have, I think they have completed approximately 42 or 43. So they're almost there. There's a couple of more months. So I do not have any concerns about the number of projects that they plan to complete.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there are any additional questions from commissioners at this time. Chair Brawley.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. I want to circle back to Tri-River. And I realize this is a small issue, but it was just something that when we discussed, I had some insights. You said that Aqua should continue to report on getting lower rates from Tri-River until after Tri-River performs a cost of service study. But what I heard you say was they had acted like they might have. Has Tri-River committed to do a cost of service study?
So in the report that Aqua filed, I believe it was on September 30th of 25, it had indicated that Tri-River was open to doing a cost of service study, and that was based on the budget that was available to them. From my memory, there may have been a discussion about whether or not they would do a full or partial cost of service study. But my read is that Tri-River is open to doing a cost of service study for providing service to Aqua.
Okay, but they haven't committed to changing rates based on the cost of service study.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and as I understand, and I was just confirming this, Tri-River is the renamed water sewer department of the town of Sanford, which name they adopted when they took over Pittsboro and began to form a regional water utility. Is that correct?
I believe it's a merge of Siler City, Sanford, and Pittsboro.
But the governing body is the Sanford City Council.
That I'm not aware of. Not aware of who the governing body that controls Tri-River is.
Well, I'm going to make a cynical statement as a former local elected official who was part of creating one of these regional, and what happens. Do we have any reason to believe that the city council of Sanford would be willing to cut rates that are perhaps higher than they need to be to people who can't vote for them, when that additional revenue subsidizes lower rates for the people that can vote for them?
I don't think I can speak to that. Hopefully, if there's a cost of service study that determines that the cost of service to provide water to Aqua is lower than the current rate being charged to them, I would hope that Aqua can advocate to have the rate charged to them set to match that cost of service.
if the cost of service study is performed and the town of Sanford declines to do it, at that point, would we be willing to stop requiring them to report?
If there were no further avenues, essentially, it would be something that could be considered.
Okay, if the town of Sanford declines to do a cost of service study, at that point, would we be willing to stop requiring the report?
Think again, if there were no other alternatives and it wasn't something where Tri-River said, we'll put this on our table to be revisited. And they said flat, no, we're never going to do this. I think you could reevaluate whether or not Aqua is required to report on it.
Okay. Well, I recognize that the public staff requires reports that are useful and frequently. My concern was that I might be in possession of information that you might not have. But I very cynically don't think they're going to want to reduce that rate because it is the policy of many of these utilities to charge more to people that don't participate in the city council election than the people that do. But thank you, sir. You told me what I needed to know.
Commissioner Cameron.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions. I'm following up on Commissioner McKissick's questions. My first question relates to PFAS mitigation, and both of you were in the hearing room yesterday. Is that correct? Okay.
Right.
And so you heard, I asked Mr. Becker a question about customers' expectations about PFAS mitigation. And did you hear his answer, my question and his answer? Okay. Is that it? For the court reporter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can one of you tell the commission, from your understanding, what are customers' expectations about PFAS mitigation?
That Aqua complies with the regulations.
Mr. Hauser, is there anything further?
My understanding is that customers expect Aqua to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Okay. And moving on to, I had some questions of Mr. Becker about the PBMs. And the question I asked him, I'm going to ask the same question, but in a different way to you. I pointed out the rule that implemented the statute in the PBMs, which is Rule R117A. And I quoted it to Mr. Becker, and I'll just read it again. But it says that the commission may approve penalties or incentives based on the results of approved metrics. And so my question to Mr. Becker was that the rule contemplates penalties and incentives, and Aqua's proposal was eliminating penalties and incentives for all but one PBM. But my question for you is that the rule does not require incentives or penalties. And so from the public staff's position, if we are not required to implement or to have penalties and incentives with the PBMs, why should we do so? Why is tracking not sufficient for the PBMs?
So regarding just the PBMs are generally covered in the WSIP panel of the public staff.
Mhm.
Just want to start off by saying that. I think the intention of the PBMs should be to drive the company towards completing expectations of the commission.
Should I reserve that question for the next panel? Would that be better?
I'll probably answer it on the next panel, but yes, I think that would be
Okay,
appropriate.
I will reserve my PBM questions for the next panel.
Thank
And then, so that eliminates most of my questions, except following up on Commissioner McKissick's, I will have some questions about the PBMs, but Commissioner McKissick did ask questions to you, Mr. Hauser, about the conservation pilot program. And I want to follow up with, make sure I'm clear on what the public staff's response is. But the public staff stated on page 32 that Commissioner McKissick referenced its position about the conservation pilot program And it states that Aqua is now proposing to continue the tiered rate structure created by the Conservation Pilot Program without a proposal to expand or otherwise modify the program or discussion on how the findings of the analysis can be implemented into its rate design. What would the public staff's position be or would it be appropriate for Aqua to continue that conservation pilot program with the tiered rate schedule? And with the understanding that in the next rate case, it would need to propose either expanding or modifying the program and provide further justification, because conservation is an important issue for the commission and for customers.
Am I correct that your question essentially asks if they're required to continue the conservation tiered rates with the caveat that they produce a recommendation or a proposal to move forward in the next rate case? You're asking if that would be okay?
Would that be an appropriate direction in the public staff's position, or does the public staff still believe that the conservation pilot program should be eliminated?
We don't disagree that there are benefits of conservation. I think our concerns are tied to whether or not the pilot program has produced results and the comparison of the previously evaluated data in the company's report prepared by Black and Veatch as compared to data from 2022 to 2024, which shows that the change in usage is approximately similar to that of other non-tiered customers. I think if the commission was interested in continuing to collect data on that, it could, but I don't know that based on what we've seen that there's a strong, we don't know that the results are indicative that conservation has been achieved based on what's been filed by the company.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Vandermark.
Follow up on. Sir, I've got
I'm not sure your mic is on.
I've got the concern that I raised yesterday about the appropriateness of the control strategy that's being selected, either in all cases, if it's a one-size-fits-all, which I doubt, and the indication that the costs for the activated carbon might be more. But before I start that, the alternative that we were talking about earlier, which is an interconnect between their system and the municipal supply. I mean, clearly that's going to be, their compliance is going to be at least as good as Aqua. I mean, they've got more resources, the testing. Obviously, they're going to be under greater scrutiny. You got bigger communities in a lot of cases. But the point is that the people, if the interconnect is done, there's no reason to believe that the communities served would experience any difference in the water quality. Otherwise, the municipality would have been out of compliance. And that's the report.
Yes,
right.
agree.
So that's clearly a good alternative as long as it's cost effective.
Exactly, cost effective. Which is the more cost effective method?
And so are you convinced that the cost effectiveness is being accurately treated by Aqua? In other words, is that decision making to your satisfaction?
I'm saying Aqua has not investigated enough to see if the interconnection option is a cheaper alternative.
Gotcha.
For most of them. I mean, like I said, there are 2 interconnections that they have confirmed. One is already interconnected. The other one is in the process. There are approximately 9 systems where they think an interconnection is a possibility, but out of 40 of them, the reason that they have not investigated at all is because the source of supply has PFAS. So
What difference does that make? I mean, their own supply has PFAS.
That's my point. Everybody has to meet the same regulations. Why not explore that if that is a cheaper option in the long run?
Makes a lot of sense. So going back to the technologies, are you satisfied that they appropriately evaluated the alternative technologies that are available? I mean, I wasn't clear, but it sounds like they're using anti-exchange for everything. Is that right?
Correct. They do have Black & Veatch as I mean, they're a big consulting company. They do a lot of work. They're very experienced, and I understand they have done a lot of PFAS mitigation. I remember reviewing when I was with DEQ, I did review one of their Wilmington water treatment plant PFAS removal. That was a few years ago before the regulations were even promulgated. So they do have a lot of experience. So, I mean, the Black & Veatch has, according to the report that was filed on Black & Veatch's task order, what they're assigned to do, I think all the sites were explored with either the GAC or the ion exchange options. And because of the discharge issues that GAC of the backwashing required and the size of the vessels, they're saying that's more feasible for them to going with ion exchange rather than GAC media.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still very skeptical about that. Do you have that information? Do you have those cost comparisons?
I do not have the cost comparison between GAC and ion exchange. But based on the report that they have filed and the benefits that they have seen, because they have multiple, I mean, they also have GAC systems in multiple of their systems, and also the ion exchange for various contaminants removal. They think that because of I mean, certain benefits that they see ion exchange as being the, I guess, better alternative.
Is one of those benefits higher capital costs?
Could be. I mean, if you were to just look at, I mean, GAC, from my understanding, GAC, you need a lot more media than you would need for ion exchange.
But it's a lot cheaper.
That is true. And then there are different options of how you would dispose of the media too. And the size of the vessels that you need and the containment that you need to put all these equipment together. Are you going to expand the existing building to incorporate all these?
But they were talking about having to add pre-treatment control technologies to save the resin from poisoning of iron and manganese. I guess my question is there somewhere in the record that I can go to, I can see a cost comparison of different size applications, because size apparently excuse me. I mean, a lot of municipalities are using GAC.
Correct.
So my question is to you, and if not to you, how can I get the information to satisfy you or me that we're getting the least cost control technology for, a range? Admittedly, they've got a range of applications.
Correct. Yes.
How can I get that? Or how can you get
Well,
that?
like I said,
Are you happy with it?
I have not seen the cost difference. All I know is they did evaluate different medias, and I think few of the sites could use the GAC, not all of them. I don't know the details of, the reasons for why, but they showed not the least cost option, but Aqua thinks because of the space it takes and other factors that are incorporated, Aqua thinks going with ion exchange is the best method. But I do not have the numbers to compare the GAC versus ion exchange. I'm sure Aqua can probably provide that.
Okay.
What I took it as was, if the biggest known consulting company is helping them figure out, one of the engineering task as a professional engineer is to look at what are the alternatives that you can consider? What is the cost-effective method that you should implement in that situation?
Right, so you don't know for a fact that was.
I do not know. I trust Black &
I
Veatch to do that,
trust-
but I did not investigate.
We need one person speaking at a time.
Sorry,
The court
I trust-
reporter can't record it up.
I got it. I trust Black Beach to give them a design that'll work. I'm not sure that they're going to necessarily give, or maybe they'll give multiple options. And I just want to make sure that we're selecting the least cost option, because that's our job.
Correct.
Now, last question, there's a technology that's being developed by UNC. Has anybody looked at that? That has the distinct advantage of actually destroying the PFOA and PFOS, so you don't have the remediation issues. You don't have either the disposal of the resins, those kinds of issues. Any see at that?
Few of the public staff had attended that presentation with the UNC staff to understand their research and investigation and what they're developing to understand it better. I did see an email come in this morning regarding the report that has been published. So I have not read the report yet to fully understand the implications or, I mean, what benefits it will provide.
Okay. Well, thanks very much.
Okay, let me see. Are there any other commissioner questions? Okay, we'll now go to questions on commissioner questions.
Thank you.
You're okay? Ms. Yost?
Just a couple for Mr. Hauser. So Commissioner Kimmeray and Presiding Commissioner McKissick asked you questions about the public staff's position on Aqua's proposal to continue to charge tiered rates to the customers in the former pilot program systems. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Aqua proposing to continue to collect data on the impact on usage of charging those rates?
No, Aqua's testimony states that it proposes to continue the tiered rates until the commission issues an order stating otherwise or moving them from tiered rates.
So Aqua is proposing to charge these customers different rates than similarly situated customers, but they are not going to be collecting any data or doing anything else to determine whether those rates impact usage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. You can be excused at this time. We may be looking forward to you coming back. We'll go ahead and move to the next panel.
Could I make a motion?
Sure.
After talking with the parties, it's become apparent that there's no cross-examination for Aqua witnesses Kruger or Aqua witnesses Mill Iron. So at the appropriate time, we'd like to waive those witnesses. And I understand the commission may need time to make that decision, but we just want to make that motion
Okay.
to the commission. Okay.
Well, let me look to my fellow commissioners, see if they would have any objections to excusing those witnesses. If they have any questions. If not, we can go ahead and allow that motion at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
We move on. May I move Mr. Hauser's
Sure.
and Spada's exhibits into the record? I move admission of public staff Hauser exhibits 1 through 14 and public staff Spada exhibits 1 through 10.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
The public staff calls as a panel witness Michelle Boswell, Barry S. Brown, Hui Fen Sun, and Stephen Wang.
Go right ahead. Sure.
Starting with Ms. Boswell, please state your name, business address, and position. for the
Let me get them sworn in if I could. If you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay, and she cannot see all the signs, so if we could move that down a bit. Yes, thank you, Mr. Brown. Are all the signs visible at this time so the court reporter can accurately notate for the record? I think so now, even though the bottles of water are obscuring it a little. Okay. Thank you. We're able to proceed.
All right, let's try this again. Starting with Ms. Boswell, can you please state your name, business address, and position for the record?
My name is Michelle Boswell. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Director of the Accounting Division for the Public Staff.
My name is Barry S. Brown. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I am a public utilities analyst for the North Carolina Public Staff.
Quayfen Song, public staff, financial analyst from accounting division.
My name is Stephen Wang. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and my position is public utilities analyst with public staff for the state of North Carolina.
And Mr. Wing, on September 26, 2025, did this panel prepare and cause to be filed in this docket joint testimony consisting of 31 pages, appendices A through D, and one exhibit marked as Accounting Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And was Lynn Feasel a member of this panel, and has she been excused?
Yes.
And was Ms. Sun allowed to adopt Ms. Fiesel's testimony?
Yes.
And I would just note that the commission issued its order granting to excuse witness Lynn Feasel, who was originally part of the panel, and allowing Ms. Sun to adopt the testimony on October 24th, 2026.
Duly noted as being a part of the record.
And on October 23rd, 2025, did this panel prepare and cause to be filed in this docket a summary of the joint testimony?
Yes.
And on October 24th, 2025, did this panel prepare and cause to be filed in this docket corrected testimony consisting of 34 pages and appendices A through D and revised Accounting Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or further corrections to the corrected testimony, summary, or the revised accounting exhibit?
No.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same as in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
And Presiding Commissioner McKissick, I move that the joint testimony and exhibits of Boswell, Brown, Feasel, and Wang, the corrected testimony, and the panel summary be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that their appendices and exhibit be identified as marked when filed.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
The panel is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Good morning, Marcus Trathan for Aqua. I have a few questions for you. Would like to start with the issue of rate case expense, which is addressed in your testimony beginning at page 22. Now, the public staff is contending in this case that Aqua's rate case expenses should be reduced by a set percentage. Is that correct?
We have recommended a sharing between ratepayers and shareholders, yes.
And I'm a little confused by your testimony. You talk about equal sharing, but then you reference 40% and then you reference 50%. What is your recommendation?
So we recommended a 50-50 sharing, but appreciating that the money has been put up front for the rate case expenses, we have offset the 50% shareholder portion by approximately 10% to value the time value of money, given that it was paid up front.
So you're proposing that the expenses be reduced by 40%?
That is accurate.
Okay. Now, just to level set here, as to what we're talking about with rate case expenses, that would include consultant fees, correct?
That is accurate.
So that might include costs for depreciation studies, billing determinant studies, and attorney's fees.
It did not include the depreciation study.
Okay, so you're proposing 100% recovery for the depreciation.
That is accurate.
Okay. It would include printing and mailing of required notices,
That is accurate.
hearing transcripts,
That is accurate.
costs associated with responding to data requests.
That is accurate.
Does it sound correct that we did an inventory here just the other day that Aqua received 119 data requests from the public staff comprised of 1,596 individual questions? Does that sound about right?
Subject to check. I haven't had time to add them up. I'm glad you have.
And Aqua filed its application on exactly 6 months ago today, April 30.
That is accurate.
So doing just some lawyer math here, 183 days divided into 1,500, it's about 9 questions a day, counting weekends. Does that sound about right?
Subject to check in your
Okay.
lawyer math. Sure.
All right. Now, the rate case expenses also includes cost for the public staff's consultants, correct?
That is accurate.
So that would include the Drunkel and Associates cost, Brubaker cost, and the cost associated with Mr. Franklin and their respective teams.
That is correct.
Okay. And I understand that this is a matter of statute, that the public staff has the ability to pass on those costs. Is that your understanding?
That is accurate.
Do you know how much has been billed thus far from the public staff's consultants to Aqua?
I do not have that readily available now.
Would you accept, subject to check, that's $113,000 prior to the hearing?
Subject to check. Sure.
Okay. And you would agree that Aqua has no control over these costs?
That is accurate.
And you would agree that the costs are continuing as we speak in this hearing?
That is accurate.
And you understand that Aqua will be updating its expenses per usual commission practice post-hearing?
I do.
If you turn to page 24 of your testimony and look at lines 13 to 17. And are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Here you state that you do some comparisons on this page to rate case expenses from prior rate case proceedings. And you state that in Aqua's 2021 rate case, the rate case expenses were nearly triple that approved in the prior case than the 2019 case. Do you see that?
I have that on page 23.
I think there was a deviation between the corrected testimony
And
and
it
the
may be on the
original.
corrected. I'm looking at my direct.
Yes, I think on the corrected, it's page 24. On your original filing, it's page 23. But we're looking at the same thing.
Yes, just wanted to verify.
Oh, so please keep me straight on the page number. But you see that reference.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look at that order, if you don't mind, the 2019 rate order. Do you have our binder in front of you? I'm looking for Aqua Proposed Cross-Examination Exhibit 27. So I think Ms. Sun has the book. I don't know if you have one, Ms. Oscar.
I do not.
She's
Is it the larger notebook?
You'll
or
need the
there's one?
larger notebook.
And which tab?
We're looking at 27. If we could go ahead and mark this for identification as Aqua Public Staff Accounting Panel Cross Exhibit 1.
Duly noted.
Does this appear to be the order from what you refer to as a 2019 rate case?
It does.
Okay, would you turn to page 57, please? And if you would look to the next to the last paragraph.
Beginning in his late filed exhibits.
Correct. Do you see the second sentence? This is referencing public staff witness Henry.
Could you repeat that page number again? 57, thank you.
That's correct. Page 57.
Mhm.
Next to the last paragraph, the second sentence references total rate case expenses of $985,454 relating to the current proceeding. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say that witness Henry for the public staff says that they have reviewed that and they are recommending that for recovery. And the last sentence is finding it appropriate to approve the stipulation in the rate case. Is that accurate? I mean, that's what it says.
That is what it says.
Okay. In your testimony, so your testimony is inaccurate on that particular point, correct?
I would have to go back and look at the comparisons of what we pulled, which I don't have in front of me. So I wouldn't say that it's inaccurate. I would say that we would need to reconcile those two.
Well, your testimony on page my 24, I guess you're 23, on line 7 references the number 566,000. And you see from the order, it's actually $985,000.
Right. And as I said, I wouldn't say that my number is inaccurate. I would say that I would have to go back and reconcile the two to verify exactly what was included in the 566,019.
Well, I mean, it says it right there on the page in the order, doesn't it? It's rate case expenses and the commission approved it.
I'm not arguing what it says in the order. I'm saying that I would need to reconcile what was included here with what was included there.
Okay. And the amount that was approved in the 2021 rate case was roughly 1.6 million. Is that correct? That's in your page on line 9.
Yes.
All right. So it would appear just based on the commission's order that your testimony about the tripling expenses is incorrect.
I wouldn't say it's incorrect. I would say again that I would need to go back and reconcile those. In either case, the rate case's expenses have gone up.
Well, the 2021 case was, let's look at that. That was a WISP case, correct? That was the first one for Aqua?
It was the first one, and under this, part of the reason for the WISP statute, my understanding being approved was that it was to reduce overall rate case expense, which it did not.
Well, a WISP case is substantially more complicated than a general 133 rate case, is it not?
To be determined.
Well, hasn't the public staff stated, that it's like trying 3 cases in one?
Actually, it's producing information for 4 cases in one, but how difficult it is all based off of how much information the company provides and if it provides it accurately in its filing.
Okay. And with respect to the 2019 cases that you were sort of basing this testimony on, would you accept, subject to check, accounting for inflation, that $985,000 would equate to 1.25 million in September 2025 dollars?
I don't know what inflationary factors you're using, so I would not accept that without seeing the associated calculations with that.
Okay. And Aqua is estimating 1.5 million in this current case. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And so Aqua demonstrated and the public staff supported and the commission approved recovery of 1.6 million in rate case expenses in the last case, correct?
That is accurate.
And the public staff didn't propose any reductions to that in the last case, did it?
Reductions meaning to a shareholder contribution, or reductions meaning that we recommended removal of certain costs associated with rate case expenses.
I'm sorry, thank you for the question. You did not, you accepted you accepted Aqua's demonstration of cost in that case, did you not?
We did.
So in this case, Aqua's estimating total rate case expenses, which are slightly below that approved in the last case, correct?
Their estimated costs are slightly below what was approved in the last case, yes.
Okay. And I would also contend that it's generally in line, considering inflation, with the 2009 rate case.
I don't know that you can actually consider rate case expenses with inflation, but if that's what you believe, then.
Okay. Now, the public staff's current position about a specific percentage disallowance is a new position. Is that not right?
It is not.
Okay. Well, it didn't take that position in any prior Aqua case, correct?
We have not taken this specific position in a prior Aqua case. We have argued this position in other cases, yes.
And will you argued this position in the recent PSNC case?
Yes.
And that was the first time you've argued this?
No.
Is it not? Okay. And it's been the commission's historic practice to allow all reasonably incurred rate case expenses, correct?
The commission has allowed reasonable rate case expenses. However, under 62-133, the commission is to set reasonable and ongoing, not a dollar for dollar necessary recovery.
Okay, I asked a little different question. I asked the commission's historic practice is to allow all reasonably incurred rate case expenses. Do you agree with that?
I will restate my answer again. Historically, yes, the commission has allowed those cases. However, under 62-133, the commission is to set ongoing and reasonable cost.
Okay. With respect to the 40% disallowance that the public staff is proposing here, this proposed disallowance is not the result of any quantitative analysis of specific cost claimed. Is that right?
Define qualitative analysis of specific.
I mean, you've not
cost
done
contained.
any particularized analysis. This is just, we think the commission should reduce the expenses by 40%.
I would say that's inaccurate. The public staff did view what the overall costs were included in this case for those items that were shareholder benefits and those that were ratepayer benefits, and came to the conclusion based off of that, the percentages for which we've recommended.
And you reference in your testimony $11 million of expense in the last Duke case. I'm struggling with the relevance of that to this proceeding. You're not claiming that Aqua's expenses should be disallowed because Duke is incurring $11 million in rate case expense?
No, we're simply saying as a whole with the utilities that the dollar for dollar recovery that has been previously and historically allowed isn't incentivizing the utilities to actually mitigate and reduce the cost. And because rate case expenses benefit ratepayers and shareholders, it should be a cost that is shared, much like executive compensation.
So where's the line here? Is under the public staff's new policy, is there any scenario where you'd recommend allowing 100% recovery of the rate case expenses?
We have not recommended 100% of recovery of the rate case expenses in this case.
Yeah, no, but I'm just trying to understand what the public staff's policy is. Is there any line there where do you have a position as to what an appropriate amount of rate case expenses is? And if so, what would be the evidentiary support for that?
The public staff is concerned regarding the level of cost for which the companies are including. It seems as though the costs are ever increasing as we have dictated in our testimony. The utilities do not seem to be putting a priority on reducing those costs for the benefit of ratepayers, and instead seem to be more focused on a higher ROE for their shareholders.
Okay, let's change topics if we could. Would like to ask a few questions about the bridge period issue. Now, the commission has segregated the legal issues relating to that in a separate docket. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to try to stay away from those issues. And just want to make sure I understand your testimony on this point. So I believe that page 10 is where you address this issue in the plant and service discussion. Is that correct?
For the purposes of the base year, yes.
Okay, and so on lines 6, 7 on page 10, you say that Aqua included estimated plant in service through December 31, 2025 in its base case plant in service. Is that the reference to bridge period costs?
Yes.
Okay. And just in terms of terminology, when we talk about the bridge period, that is cost projected to be incurred in the period between the update and the beginning of rate year one. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
And here the update was through June 30, 2025. Is that correct?
By commission order, yes.
Okay. But there's a statutory right for Aqua to update costs through the rate case. Is that correct?
As recognized in our testimony, yes.
Okay. All right. And Aqua is required by statute to commence a general rate case under GS 62-133, the traditional rate case, as a prerequisite to requesting approval of a WISP. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And, you know, to probably I'm sure oversimplify, a general rate case under GS-133 is generally based on historic cost, while a WISP allows recovery of forecasted costs. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And with reference to the term base case, that refers to the general rate case filed under GS 133, correct?
The base case, yes, and it's also referenced in Rule R117AB2 as the base year, yes.
And you're not claiming that Aqua is asking for recovery of forecasted cost in its general rate case, are you?
It is our understanding that the company in its Exhibit Q, I do believe subject to check, did include projected cost in its plant and service, included in its base year calculations of plant and service, in its calculation of revenue requirement for the base year, yes.
Okay, you're using the term base year. I was using the term base case, and I think we agreed that base case referred to a general rate case. And so Aqua is not asking for the recovery of projected forecasted costs in its base case. It's GS 133 case, correct?
It is my understanding, and as I already stated, base case and base year in association with Rule R117AB2 are the same thing.
Okay, so you've seen these costs labeled as base year, and you're taking the rule and you're saying, oh, because it says base year, then you're really asking for these costs, which were forecasted to be included in the general rate case. Is that your position?
The company has a base and then a rate year 1, 2, and 3. The company included these amounts that are projected from July 1 to December 31st in its base calculation. It did not include them in the rate year 1 calculation. It did not include them in the rate year 2 calculation or the rate year 3 calculation, except as a roll forward.
So this is just a matter of labeling. If they'd use some other word than base period in the filing, then you'd be fine with this. You would agree that it's appropriate to be recovered in the WISP.
I believe our testimony is very clear that only costs that are audited, deemed prudently incurred, properly accounted for should be included within a base calculation.
Okay, I understand that point, but that is a different issue. Now, with respect to the amount in issue in the bridge period, and do you know the total value of the projects excluded by the public staff?
It is my understanding that it was approximately $49 million, subject to check.
Okay, and I believe that's figure lines up with the Aqua rebuttal testimony. Also in the rebuttal testimony, they state that that's about 10% of Aqua's total rate base. Does that sound about right?
I haven't done the calculations. I will accept it subject to check.
So if these costs are excluded, Aqua is going to be immediately under earning, will it not? As of, rate year 1.
It would not have, and I believe this is encroaching on what the legal arguments in the filings that the commission has asked to be made in the generic docket. But had Aqua filed correctly, it is the public staff's position that they wouldn't be foregoing these costs. But I believe again that that is best addressed within the generic docket that the commission has set out.
Okay, and so, all right, if you would, take a look at a potential cross-examination exhibit 26, which is the sub 573 rate case order.
You're referencing the order in 573 that you have in tab 26?
I am.
Okay.
Would you turn to page 27, please? And so right at the top of the page, you see that there's reference to the stipulation. That's the first point there. WISP, the stipulating parties agree that. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you go down to the third bullet point, please. Let me just read this to you. A bridge period spanning from September 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, whereas rate year one begins immediately, rate year one begins, includes activity that must be considered in the establishment of WISP rates. Agreed upon activity for this bridge period has been included in the rate year one revenue requirement. Did I read that accurately, albeit the stumble?
That is what it says for a stipulation that is non-precedential and non-binding on other cases, yes.
Okay. And that accurately reflects what happened in that case.
To my recollection, yes.
Would you turn, please, to potential cross-examination exhibit number 2?
What number was that?
Number 2.
Number 2? Okay.
And this is a copy of the rule that you were referring to earlier, Commission Rule R1-17A. I don't know that we need to identify this, given that it's a commission rule.
Okay.
If you would refer to subsection C, please, filing requirements. Are you there?
Yes.
And I'm looking at C2, which is the filing requirements, including a 3-year capital investment plan. And you see in subsection A, it is to include the estimated cost for all proposed capital investment projects expected to be placed in service in the period starting on the date immediately following the end date specified by the commission for the updated utility plant in service, and continuing through the conclusion of the plan for which the utility seeks cost recovery through the plan mechanism. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and that is in fact what Aqua did in this case, correct? That it complied with that.
The public staff does not believe Aqua did comply with that. And again, I believe that that is best handled within the generic docket for which the commission has requested all parties to file in.
Okay, and if the costs are, so we're talking about a period which will have passed by the time the commission issues its order, likely in this case, correct? The bridge period will have expired by the time the commission issues its order.
In what docket?
In this docket.
I don't know when the commission intends on issuing its order in this docket, so
Okay,
I can't
well,
say that for certainty now.
Sure, fair. So, but these costs are ongoing. They're continuing to be incurred. Aqua's continuing to make these investments, presumably, correct?
Aqua has projected cost, and as to the status of those costs, I do not know.
Okay. And if they are disallowed, how would Aqua be expected to recover the investment?
Again, I think that's best handled within the generic docket for which the commission has asked all parties to file within.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:45. Go to redirect from public staff. Just for purposes of planning the day, we will break for lunch between 12:30 and 12:45. I, no, in that window of time, depending upon who's asking questions, we don't want to abruptly disrupt somebody in the middle of a question for a hard stop for lunch, but in that range. And I'm hopeful that we can conclude today's hearing by 3 p.m. if we can shoot for that as an aspirational goal. Knowing that we want everybody to have all of the questions asked and answered that need to be appropriately asked and answered for purposes of the record. And with that, we'll go ahead and Ms. Yost, you ready to proceed?
I'm gonna.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, go right ahead.
Ms. Boswell, I just have a few questions for you regarding rate case expenses. All right.
If you could pull the microphone a little closer, please, so everyone can hear.
Would you agree with me that the company, and I think you've alluded to this, that shareholders benefit from rate cases?
Absolutely.
Right, and you mentioned that, the 9.8% ROE. And would you agree that as part of the regulatory process, shareholders and the company benefit from a monopoly, for instance, in their respective service areas?
Absolutely. You have a captive audience for which you can charge rates to, and utilities are typically often sought within the marketplace as a safe place to invest because of the guaranteed returns associated.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to turn to Aqua's cross exhibit 5, if you want to open their notebook.
I'm there.
And Commissioner McKissick, I'd like to ask that this be marked as Public Staff Joint Accounting Panel Redirect Exhibit 1. And I'm going to point you to the statute 62-133, Section A, Ms. Boswell. And can you read that in full for us?
Yes. Section A states, in fixing the rates for any public utilities subject to the provisions of this chapter, other than bus companies, motor carriers, and certain water and sewer utilities, the commission shall fix such rates as shall be fair both to the public utilities and to the consumer.
And so, Ms. Boswell, would you agree with me that since shareholders benefit from rate cases, do you think it's fair and reasonable that customers bear all the costs?
It is not fair that ratepayers bear all the costs since there are a shareholder benefit to rate cases.
Thank you.
Ms. Boswell, Mr. Trathan was asking you some questions about your testimony on the bridge period. Do you have a copy of Settlement Exhibit 1 handy?
I do.
You could turn to that.
Sorry, my exhibits are kind of big. Give me just a second. Yes.
Do you agree that Settlement Exhibit 1 reflects the impact of the bridge period in the unsettled items?
I do. The company and Aqua and the public staff worked diligently at the beginning of this week to make for sure that the settlement exhibit base year reflected accurately the components of both settled and non-settled items.
And can you explain to us how we know from this settlement exhibit that the bridge period was included for Aqua in the base case, that is, and not for the public staff?
From this exhibit?
Yes.
If you go into the unsettled items portion of the settlement exhibit 1, which is attached to the settlement. So the items included from 71 should be reflective of those amounts.
Could you please turn to the public staff's potential cross-examination exhibit number 40. All right. Presiding Commissioner McKissick. I would request that the public staff's potential cross-examination exhibit 40 be marked for identification as public staff accounting panel, public staff redirect exhibit 1.
Duly noted.
Would it need to be two?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2.
2, that is correct, yeah. We just had one 5 minutes ago.
Ms. Boswell, is this the company's capital investment plan for the WISP that it's currently applying for?
Yes, it's the Exhibit Q.
Okay. And so the company is stating that the bridge period costs, which are the costs from July 1st, 2025 through December 25th, 2025, that those plan additions are included in the WISP, the CIP of the WISP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so if that were the case, would we expect to see in the 4th column from the right, the estimated in-service date, would we expect to see projects with a date in 2025 in that column?
If they were to be in service in 2025, one would expect that to be listed there as 2025, yes.
And I know this is a very long document, but would you accept, subject to check, that there are no 2025 in-service dates listed?
Yes, in my recollection of my review of this, there were no 2025 dates listed in this filing.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move to commissioner questions. And will be best appropriate to address it? Feel free to do so. These are questions that our commission staff has identified as being important, relevant, that we want to have as part of the evidentiary record in this proceeding. Your first reason for denying the cap is due to the scale not having a more meaningful impact on reducing bad debt or uncollectibles or lowering cost of non-payment. And of course, that's in the testimony is provided between pages 33 and 34. At what scale would you support a cap for Aqua?
When the public staff has supported a CAP program, we have used the term meaningful, which varies across utility. What Duke and our electric companies and our natural gas companies have deemed meaningful is approximately, give or take, about a third of the overall bill would be impactful for those who were in that between 150 and 200% of the federal poverty level. And so those have been the programs thus far that the public staff has signed on for. It's going to vary between industry and what that meaningful impact, such that you're keeping individuals with service and able to still make payments on their bills. And the hope is to get out of arrearages and to be able to make their monthly payments.
Has the public staff conducted any analysis to determine what the magnitude, dollar value of a cap would need to be based upon the number of customers that Aqua has in its North Carolina territories that might experience financial hardship based upon the type of parameter you just discussed?
We did do some rudimentary when they filed their application in sub 631 that was subsequently rolled into this rate case. However, because their program lacked a lot of information, we thought it better to put our resources to other items instead.
So I take it there was no discussion about how they could target a population of customers that would meet the kind of parameters that you discussed at any point during discussions with Aqua?
We did not have those discussions with Aqua, no.
Right. Did the public staff collaborate with Aqua at all in developing its cap proposal?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let me move on to another topic, rate case expenses. On page 25, lines 20 through 22, and on page 26, lines 1 through 2 of your testimony, the public staff states that it recommends removing 40% of the total amount of rate case expenses in the present case. The public staff determined the 40% shareholder position by calculating an amount that accounts for the shareholders' funding of rate case expenses upfront without earning a return and reducing the proposed 50% shareholder portion. Now, on line 3 of Accounting Exhibit 1, Schedule 3-1R shows the total requested rate case expense of $902,877. Could you provide the individual components and the associated dollar amounts of all of the items that summed up to the total rate case expenses of $902,877?
I would be happy to do so as late filed exhibit. I don't have that information in front of me today.
If you could prepare a late file exhibit that reflects that, it would be appreciated.
And I will work with the company to verify that we've accurately reflected all of those as well.
And could you include the billing rates of attorneys in your document you prepare, if you have that information available? Or
I
can
can. I
obtain it?
do believe we would have to mark that confidential, subject to check.
That would be fine. Okay. I want to move to the bridge period. On page 9 through 14 of the joint testimony of Boswell, Brown, Fiesel, and Wang, the public staff stated the calculation begins with plant in service based upon Aqua's actual per books plant in service amounts as of December 31st, 2024, and updated for known and actual changes to plant that have been recorded between the end of the test year and June 30th of 25. Now, the public staff's plant in service calculation ends through June 30th of 25 as updated by Aqua. For the purposes of the record, do you call the period between July 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2025 the bridge period?
Yes.
And can you please explain your definition and understanding of the bridge period in this rate case?
And I believe that's being discussed within the confines of the M100 generic docket. And so that would probably be the best place, but the public generally, to try to be responsive to your question, with the set that
Sure.
the generic docket is the best place to go for this. The
Duly
bridge-
noted, yes.
The bridge period, public staff believes, is the period of time between when the update period set by the commission has ended and when the rate year 1 period under the company's filed CIP begins.
All right. Now, can you explain how the bridge period was treated for purposes of Aqua's first WIS rate case, sub 573?
That was as part of a settlement. And as part of the settlement, in that case, there were a lot of issues. Aqua experienced a lot of issues in its reporting in general because of its transition over to the SAP system. The public staff and the company agreed to move a portion of those bridge period costs into rate year one with the understanding that those costs would be audited and for prudency and all of the other things within the confines of this rate case, is my recollection.
Okay. Now, just to clarify for the record, is Aqua seeking to implement temporary rates under bond for this period prior to the conclusion of rate year 3?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, very good. And there are a few questions here that will address some other issues in the partial settlement. As shown in the settlement agreement on exhibit 1, line 73, the adjustment to miscellaneous revenue of a negative $82,162 is not settled. So to clarify the record, does the negative $82,172 amount include both the $75,000 for the disputed cap program and the $7,022 negative amount for the settled wastewater billing revenue noted on page 8 at paragraph 21 of the stipulation?
It does. It was just in trying to compile schedules, it just became easier if there was a component of that line item that remained unsettled, that we put that item in the unsettled category, but it does include both pieces of those.
So it includes pieces of those.
Yes.
Okay. Now, under resolved issue number 29, it states the stipulating parties agreed to the inclusion of EDIT amortization in the calculation of net operating income, which was not included in Aqua's original or updated revenue requirement calculations, and to the removal of the state income tax portion and rate-based portion subject to a demonstration by Aqua that the rate-based portion was included in the revenue requirement calculation. When and how will Aqua demonstrate that the rate-based portion was included in the revenue calculation?
To the public staff, they have since the filing of that settlement.
They have, okay. So I guess the follow-up initially was that do the parties intend to notify the commission of the results of that demonstration? But what I'm hearing you say is that has now been duly acknowledged that that has been resolved.
Yes, and that is reflected in that settlement exhibit 1. We were
Okay.
working under that assumption.
And based upon that demonstration, are you able to state at this time how it will affect the partial settlement?
It's already reflected in the settlement exhibit 1 as filed, so there shouldn't be any further update to that.
Wouldn't be any further update.
Correct.
Very good. Now on line 71, column F of the settlement exhibit 1, the amount of the total revenue requirement impact for adjustments to update post-year plant additions is a decrease of $5,482,891. How much of the total adjustment amount relates to the adjustment for PFAS estimated cost? And I guess it's referring to unresolved item 1 on page 4 of the stipulation.
Correct, and that would be reflected in the schedule 2 and 2, and it would likely be easier if I filed the roadmap to this as a late filed exhibit to.
That would be
reconcile.
appreciated if you could do so.
Yes.
That would be appreciated. All right. And moving on, is the amortization period of the regulatory commission expense or rate case expenses still in dispute? Aqua proposed a 3-year amortization period, whereas the public staff proposed a 4-year amortization period.
That remains unsettled, yes.
That's what I thought as well. And as it relates to settlement, will Aqua agree with public staff's adjustment to other taxes as shown in settlement exhibit 1, schedule 1, line 62, in the total amount of reducing the revenue requirement by $33,236, given that this item was not discussed in the settlement agreement.
It is my understanding there is agreement on other taxes. Yes.
There is agreement on that issue. Okay. And unresolved item number 18 on page 8 of the stipulation refers to the public staff's reclassification of interest on customer accounts from operations and maintenance expenses to ratepayers. Now, the interest expense on customer deposits has historically been included as an operating expense for rate-making purposes. What has necessitated reclassification of this expense to rate base for rate-making purposes?
I don't believe it was reclassified.
You do not believe it was? Okay,
But that is, I do believe that's an area that we've reached agreement on as well.
you do.
Yes,
Okay,
subject to check.
subject to check. Very good. Let me see if there are any other questions of commissioners. Chair Brawley?
Ms. Boswell, on the calculation of the rate case expense, and this was Account Exhibit 1, Schedule 3-1, paren R. You mentioned that rate case expenses were being divided 60% to the company and 40%, or excuse me, 60% to the ratepayers, 40% to the shareholders. You also mentioned that Aqua was paying the expenses of consultants retained by public staff. Are the expenses that Aqua paid on behalf of the public staff being decided in the same manner, or are they 100% to the ratepayers?
They're being decided in the same manner.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Comrade?
And thank you for your testimony, Ms. Boswell. I think you've been answering most of the questions. And I have one more question following up on Chairman Brawley's question about the rate case expense. And I just want to better understand the public staff's position about I think one detail of the proposal that shareholders pay 40% of the rate case expense. And in regard to the public staff's consultants, I believe the testimony that I heard was the cost was about $113,000. Is my recollection correct for the public staff's consultants?
I don't have those numbers. That is what the counsel for Aqua did indicate, yes.
Okay. Subject to check, $113,000. And in regard to the public staff's consultants, would you agree that Aqua has no ability to control the costs for the public staff's consultants?
I would agree that Aqua does not have the ability to control the cost of the public staff's consultants. We do have to file in compliance with the OSBM, I do believe, if I have that acronym correct, regarding retaining any such consultants. And those costs have to be deemed reasonable.
And then I have one other question, and really what I'm trying to get at is the appropriateness of having the shareholders pay for 40% of the public staff's consultants' fees, because the public staff, it represents the interests of the customers and not the shareholders. I'm sure you'd agree with that, right?
We are here because we represent the using and consuming public, yes.
And then can you just explain to me how you came about deciding or recommending that the shareholder should pay for about 40% of the public staff's consultants' fees and the equity or the fairness of that?
Generally speaking, most of our consultants, whether inside or outside of this specific case, are utilized for return on equity, which by default is a shareholder benefit. The higher the return on equity, the more return those shareholders get. Higher ROEs do not necessarily benefit ratepayers. When we sit here and calculate cash or cost of capital and return, it is a proportion of debt and ROE, and debt is always cheaper than what that ROE is, or at least in my time here, that's been the case. So having that component of equity, while nothing can be funded fully through debt and equity is needed, that overall increase or the overall level that the company is seeking is historically higher than what the commission has authorized or than what the public staff has come in and recommended, or other interveners have come in and recommended. So having those consultants at play to be able to defend what is an appropriate level, realistically, should all of the ROE witness just be allocated to shareholder? It could be. Did the public staff go through the process of trying to delineate each individual cost to say, well, exactly what percentage should be shareholder and exactly what percentage should be ratepayer? We did not. We felt as though this allocation reflected, generally speaking, what those overall costs to the shareholders and to the ratepayers were.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I don't see any other questions from commissioners, and now we'll have an opportunity for questions on commissioner questions.
No questions.
I do have a couple for Ms. Boswell. Commissioner McKissick was asking you how the bridge period was addressed in the sub 573 rate case, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that the public staff and Aqua settled to the inclusion of those bridge period costs in rate year 1 of the CIP with an opportunity for the public staff to audit them. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my recollection, subject to check. It's been a minute since we went through that.
Okay. Do you recall that the commission issued its order on the rulemaking for Rule R1-17A, and that was in the W-100 sub 63 docket on the very same day that the hearing in the sub 573 rate case began?
I remember that it was about the same time. Subject to check, I will accept it was the same day.
And so do you agree that with adequate time to analyze and review the rule, the public staff has determined that it is not appropriate to include bridge period costs in the WIS?
As I believe we have stated in that generic docket for which the commission is set out to hear these arguments, the public staff has stated that the settlement, it believes it erred within the confines of the settlement.
So if we were to add the 6 additional months of the bridge periods, that's July through December of 2025, to rate year 1 of Aqua's capital investment plan, it would no longer be a 3-year capital investment plan as required by Rule R1-17A C2. Is that correct?
Well, adding 6 months to the 36-month plan that's already in place would make it a 42-month plan, yes.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Commissioner, I'm sorry, I have one quick.
Yes, go right ahead.
Ms. Boswell, the company also hires their own consultants, including their ROE consultant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that your proposal for sharing rate case expenses as articulated in your testimony balances all of the rate case expenses in a way that you believe is fair to the utility and to customers?
Yes.
Are there any other questions?
I would like to ask one if I may. Ms. Boswell, you talked about the process for the public staff hiring consultants. Would you accept that the process would be that the public staff first gets authorization from the state budget office and it has a cap on it?
It does, yes.
And then would you accept also that the public staff is required by statute to file a report annually with the legislature detailing the cost, what it has spent on consultants in the past year?
That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
I think Commissioner Brawley has one question. Go right ahead, sirs.
Ms. Boswell, if you get a return on equity consulting and their analysis is that the rate of return that public staff is looking at, or even perhaps what the company has asked for, is actually inadequate and it should be higher, are you going to present that result as part of your testimony, or are you going to ignore it?
I don't present on ROE, but it is my understanding that the public staff always presents the information for which it believes is reflective of reasonable and ongoing expenses and capital.
So if you agree with their recommendation, you would present it, but if you did not agree with their recommendation, you would not?
With the recommendation of the consultant,
Yes.
I do not recollect a point in time where any of the consultants for which I've worked with that we differed in the recommendation unless it was just an understanding of the statute or the rules within this specific state, since most consultants work on a national level.
I'm still trying to figure if it's a real benefit for the shareholders, for the public staff to hire a consultant with the intent of driving down the rate of return. Because I think really that's part of your mission, is to keep the rates as low as possible.
Our mission is to make for sure that the rates that we present to the commission for approval are just and reasonable. It's not always the lowest cost, as we've testified to in many cases before, because while lowest cost is what you want to start with, lowest cost isn't always the most efficient or effective means for whatever it is that's being dealt with at that time. In my tenure with the public staff, I do not recollect a point in time where the public staff has ever recommended an ROE that for a larger company that agreed with the company.
You say you don't think you've ever agreed with the company?
My recollection for a larger utility, I don't believe that we've ever filed subject to check that where we agreed with an ROE with the company upon initial filing that didn't end up in a settlement.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, there's another opportunity for questions on commissioner questions. Not seeing any, this panel is released. And we'll turn back to the public staff.
Thank you.
Next panel.
And Commissioner, before we move to the
Sure.
next panel, I would just ask that the public staff's revised accounting exhibit 1 and public staff joint accounting redirect exhibits be admitted.
Your motion is allowed without objection.
Presiding Commissioner, I believe I've got one cross-examination exhibit to enter into evidence as well.
Yes. And you're moving to do so at this time?
Yes, I am.
All right. Your motion is allowed without objection.
Commissioner, just to be on the safe side, did I ask for the public staff joint accounting redirect exhibits to be admitted as well?
In precaution, I will accept it as a motion, and your motion is allowed without objection.
Thank you. And at this time, the public staff calls as a panel witnesses Michelle Boswell, Sashi Mbata, and Evan Hauser.
And I believe you've all been previously sworn in, so I'd simply remind you that you remain under oath at this time.
Beginning with Ms. Boswell, please state your name, business address, and position for the record.
Michelle Boswell, my business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Director of Accounting for the public staff.
Mr. Hauser.
Good morning, I'm Evan Hauser, Public Utilities Engineer for the Public Staff. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And Ms. Bata.
Good morning. My name is Sashi Bhatta, engineer with the public staff. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Boswell to respond to the following questions for the panel. On September 26, 2025, did this panel prepare and cause to be filed in this docket joint testimony consisting of 65 pages, appendices A through D, and 2 exhibits marked as WISF panel exhibits 1 and 2?
Yes.
And was Lynn Fiesel a member of the panel, and has she been excused?
Yes.
And as previously noted, the commission issued its order excusing Ms. Fiesel on October 24th, 2025. And on October 23rd, 2025, did this panel prepare and cause to be filed in this docket a summary of the joint testimony?
Yes.
On October 24th, 2025, did this panel prepare and cause to be filed in this docket a corrected Exhibit 1 marked as WISF Panel Revised Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or further corrections to the testimony, summary, or revised Exhibit 1?
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same as in the pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
And Ms. Boswell, Ms. Bossett, and Mr. Hauser, on October 28, 2025, did you prepare and cause to be filed in this docket joint settlement testimony consisting of 6 pages and 2 exhibits marked as public staff settlement exhibits 1 and 2?
Yes.
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 And do you have any changes or corrections to the joint settlement testimony or public staff settlement exhibits 1 and 2?
No.
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 If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same as in the joint settlement testimony?
Yes.
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 And Presiding Commissioner McKissick, I move that the joint testimony and exhibits of witnesses Bata, Boswell, Fiesel, and Hauser, and the panel summary, and the joint settlement testimony of Bata, Boswell, and Hauser be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time, and that the appendices and exhibits of both panels be identified as marked when filed.
I will consider this an appropriate time. Without objection, your motion is allowed.
And the panel is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Good morning. I'm going to limit my cross to mostly the PBM about timely completion, and I believe that's you, Mr. Hauser. Is that correct? Mostly? Anyone can answer, but I just think it's going to be you today. All right, so turning to page 24 of your testimony. I believe we have the same version. You didn't correct the testimony, you just corrected.
No, we did not correct it.
Okay,
So
so
just part of it.
on page 24, lines 4 through 23, you've got a nice chunky quote right there from the sub 573 order. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, can you go to the Aqua Potential Cross Exhibit 26 in the big notebook?
What was that cross exhibit number?
26?
Number 26, okay.
The sub 573 order
Right.
that we spent a lot of time on lately.
I'm going to tab 26.
Yes, tab 26.
All right. Do you have a page you want me to jump to?
So go to page 117.
Okay.
There. All right, so your nice quote here ends. Just gonna.
Sorry, give me just one. We jumped to the wrong place. I'm looking at sub 526.
Okay. Sorry.
All right.
Are you there? Okay.
Yeah.
So your nice quote in your testimony ends at the very bottom of the page. The last word allowing is where it is not included in your quote. Okay, do you see that? I'll give you a second to. You basically quote the entirety of that last paragraph, but don't include the bottom. So
Okay.
can you read allowing through the next sentence? Just through over the next page?
Allowing Aqua the flexibility to efficiently manage its business and provide adequate and reasonable quality of service without incurring a penalty on an individual project basis is a reasonable accommodation to the inherent uncertainty of creating capital plans and will mitigate Aqua's incentive to incur unnecessary costs simply in the name of putting projects into service in order to avoid a penalty.
So in your testimony, part of all this, your understanding of the flexibility for PBM 1 is about net movement within the year. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's about the number of projects that Aqua has in its plan that it places in service in a year, in a given rate year.
In a given rate year. So you are looking at the movement of projects in a year. So everything is about movement within one rate year. Is that correct?
It's about how many projects that the company has for a rate year that it completes in that rate year.
Okay, so the
By
project, excuse me,
predominantly the number of projects that are completed by the end of the rate year on time.
on time. Okay. All right. So I'm going to also, can you turn to page 29 of your testimony? Okay. So here you start talking about the incomplete projects. Starting on line 16, you start listing some of these incomplete projects from rate year 1. Okay.
Okay.
Right now. Going to probably drive you crazy, but I need you to turn to the Aqua, let's see if I can find it, the redirect notebook exhibit. So it's the little notebook exhibit. And this is exhibit 26 there, 36, excuse me. So it's Aqua redirect exhibit 36. This is also the WISP panel exhibit 1, if you have a better copy, but I think you have the big, that's, yeah. So I think the one in the notebook's in color. It might be bigger and you might be better able to read it.
Is the redirect exhibit identical to the one filed on October 26th?
It should be, yes.
Okay. Okay,
Can you read that one?
I'll try to.
Okay. The one in the notebook's larger, so you might, okay.
It's good to me since I have older eyes.
Okay. Okay. So looking online, so you list some projects that are incomplete. So looking at line 16, the first one you list is lead and copper wool revision mains and services in the Denver area. So if you go to this exhibit, this is the rate year 1 qualifying projects. This is, again, WISP exhibit 1. It was also filed as a supplemental exhibit to the and the sub 573A docket as a supplemental item to the PBMs that were filed, correct? Do you recall that? Subject check.
And my understanding is that Aqua plans to continue to file this.
Yes, as we have said in our testimony, we will continue to file something along these lines, okay? So I'm going to direct you, this is the part that's going to drive you crazy. If you look at line 6, it's the biggest line on this page.
Okay.
This is WISC CRR Mains Services Denver, okay? So this is, I'm going to say that this, do you accept that this is the first item that you identify on page 29 as one of the incomplete items in year 1?
That's correct. At the time we filed testimony, this had not been provided by Aqua.
We acknowledge that. This was filed on October, the first time it was filed, I believe, was October 6th. Is that correct? When we did our rate year? And you filed on September 26th. So that is correct.
October 6th is the date on the copy that I have.
Yes, exactly. So, yes, so we acknowledge that, but we're going to talk about, this is why it was incomplete. If you go over, we note that it was postponed on 2023, and that conforms with what you have in your testimony. We note that by September 30th, 2025, which is approximately when we were filing and compiling this information, it was complete. And then we provided a reason if it was not complete on 12/31/23. Do you see that column?
I see the column.
Okay. I'm not going to make you read it. You may read it if you wish, but subject to tech, are you willing to acknowledge that the basic reasons why this one was not complete was because of some SRF funding, so that it needs to meet some milestones before it can go into service. And it also, I believe this one, it was mostly about SRF funding. Would you accept that subject to check, or would you like to read it?
Give me just a second. Yeah, I'll accept that. That's generally
Okay.
the information that Aqua reported.
Okay. So number 2 is the elevated storage tank in the Beau Rivage service area, and that's on line 18.
Of the same page?
Of the same page. I'm just going down the list that you have on page 29. This was your example of things that were not done. And so that is actually number 4 on the same schedule.
Okay.
Do you see that, Beau Rivage, 500,000 elevated storage?
Yep. So,
So again, it was.
Sorry, I said yes, or I said yep, but yes is what I mean.
Okay, thank you. So again, we can going across the page, we can see it was in progress as of 12/31/23. It was complete as of 9/30/25. And I'll give you a minute to read that if you want.
Okay.
Okay. And so, subject to check, there were some permitting delays, some need for construction easements. Looks like there was inclement weather. These are generally the reasons listed here for why it was postponed. Is that correct?
I'll accept that that's what's written on the report.
Okay. All right, going down to number 3, we have the Killian's digester repairs EQ. This one's a little harder. This is the 9th from the bottom, or it's the big one from the bottom. You see it? Yeah.
I see it.
There you go. ANC wastewater, Killian's digester in progress as of 12/23, complete as of 12 or 9/25. And it says that it was in construction of a 12/23 and inclement weather contributed to the construction delays, and this project was placed in service as of February 2024. Do you agree that's what that says?
Yes.
Okay. I'm only going to do 2 more. I'm not going to torture you with every single one. So flip the page over if you can and you're okay. Number 4 on your list on line 19 is the mechanical bar screen in Crooked Creek. That is number 3 on page 2. This is the Crooked Creek bar screen. We'll note that it was postponed. We'll note that it is still not complete as of September 2025. And this one says that the reason why it was delayed was due to issues encountered with equipment procurement. An alternative screen manufacturer was selected with minimum design requirements, and the redesign resulted in permitting delays for this project. Do you agree that's what that says?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. All right. Number 5, Mott's Landing is actually the next one. That's a little easier. So Mott's Landing, well 13. You agree that's that one? The next one on the page, it's in progress as of 12/31/23. It's complete as of 9/30/25. And this one says that it was delayed due to obtaining 3-phase power, and it was also placed in service as of 2024, February 2024, correct? So missed it by about 2 months right there.
Yeah, I generally agree with what you said.
Okay.
That is what is on the document.
And that's what's on there. Okay, so the last one, I promise the last one. Pebble Bay, line 21. This is actually it's the,
I see it. It's
You see
Pebble
it?
Bay
Yeah,
additional
yeah.
storage demand.
It's about midway through the page, Pebble Bay demand. This was postponed. It is still in progress. And this one says that it was postponed to identify and evaluate new well site capacity to address a peak system demand. The original project was 3.5 million. I'll note that this project was only 350,000 of that 3.5 million, but the original overall project was 3.5 million. And this was postponed to evaluate the entire project, and subject to check, a less expensive project was decided to be undertaken to evaluate this project. Is that basically, you'll agree that's what that says?
Yeah, I would agree. That's generally what it says.
Okay, so subject to check, I know one of the things you're probably going to say is you've not evaluated these reasons, okay? But the truth is, the reasons why they are delayed is not taken into account. When you were looking at your PBM, it is an up or down lever. Is that correct? Is it in service or is it not as of December 31st, 2023, or whatever rate you're looking at? Is that how the PBM functions?
Yeah, we're not nitpicking projects on an individual basis and saying this one should be done because that reason's insufficient. That one shouldn't be. We're evaluating whether or not the plan as proposed by Aqua was placed in service at the date that it was supposed to, and matching the time frame that was used to calculate rates.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Aqua has a different understanding of how this PBM should function? Your perspective is that the PBM is as it was placed in service with no amended, postponed, or changed projects is how the PBM is evaluated.
I think the PBM as written has flexibility given to the company in that 10, 20, and 30% of the projects in rate year 1, 2, and 3 are able to be not complete. The PBM does not say why. It doesn't say if something is right or wrong, or you did a bad job. It doesn't say any of that. It just says, is the project complete by the end of the rate year? Yes or no? And that's what's evaluated.
But again, going back to the sub 573 order. Sorry, if you want to go back to that exhibit, I can re-identify it.
Okay.
So this is also included in your quote. At the bottom of page 117 says that the commission recognizes that over the course of the MYRP, the relative priority of projects is likely to change. So in the public staff's opinion, the variability in the penalty, so the 10, 20% is just the penalty, right? So that is the only flexibility that you're recognizing within that PBM. Is that correct?
The same order says implementation of the capital plan during the MYRP period is a baseline expectation of the commission. Indeed, the public staff's proposed benchmarks give Aqua significant leeway in completing projects late due to unforeseen circumstances, which may be outside of Aqua's control.
Exactly. And Aqua's position is that if it fails to meet it in rate year 1 and it meets it in rate year 2 and it substitutes projects into rate year 1, that you should take that into account with that PBM. And that is not your position, correct?
So what you're talking about is essentially moving projects around between years of the MYRP.
Correct.
And disassociating the time period that the project is placed into service with how the rates are designed based on the plan. What you're talking about is we have this plan, that's why we're here. We're not here for a water and sewer improvement budget. We're here for a water and sewer improvement plan.
Yeah, y'all like that word budget. Okay, so let's go to public staff potential exhibit 39.
What book am I looking at?
I'm sorry, that's your book.
Small.
It's your public staff potential cross exhibit. You only have one book. It's exhibit 39.
You want 39?
Yeah, 39. If I've gotten this correct, I believe that this is the order on water and sewer investment plan annual report for rate year 1. Is that what it is?
That's what I have in my updated.
So this is on the rate year 1 order, okay? So first let's look at page 5. Okay. So this, again, is the commission order from this year quoting the sub 63 order, which is the order adopting Rule 117A, correct? So if you read the first indented quote on page 5, it starts, the commission recognizes that certain projects planned by utility may be postponed or canceled, and that other projects may replace those expected to be investments as overall infrastructure needs of the utility are reassessed and prioritized. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, if you turn the page. Okay. So I'm going to start, the commission acknowledged they found it persuasive that you need more information about the projects that have been reallocated. Okay. And about midway through that paragraph, do you see a sentence that starts with consistent?
Which paragraph are you talking
I'm
about?
sorry, the first paragraph on that page. I'm sorry.
The partial from the remaining page or the first paragraph?
Oh, I'm sorry, the first full paragraph. Sorry.
And which line am I looking at?
So
in
I
that
would start,
paragraph?
I'm starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about line 7. It looks about middle of the paragraph, middle of that sentence. It says consistent with the sub 63 order.
Okay.
So consistent with the sub 63 order, the commission makes clear Aqua's flexibility to cancel and postpone projects and reallocate the funds to other qualifying projects comes with the responsibility to explain the major changes. Okay. So do you acknowledge that the commission order here talks about the ability to cancel, postpone, and reallocate funds? Okay. So again,
Yes.
we have a difference of opinion, but again, from Aqua's perspective, the PBM allows for the reallocation of funds, which is reflected in that big spreadsheet we just went through. But that is not your perspective. Is that correct?
No, I think that if projects need to be postponed, reallocated, or moved, that they can fall into the flexibility given to Aqua by the gap in the PBM between 100% and the amount that can be incomplete in a given rate year.
Okay. So if Aqua, for example, with one of the projects, it later determined that the project probably could have been done a lot less expensive. So it just should not do that project. Are you saying it shouldn't reallocate those funds?
I
To
didn't
other
say
pro-
that. That will fall into the range that Aqua was given to not complete a project.
That falls into the penalty, right? So the range that you're talking about is just about whether or not a penalty is applied.
No, what you just said is that they would be penalized based on one project. They are not penalized based on one project. The commission's clear that it's not supposed to look at specific projects and say, you're in trouble for this one, you're not in trouble. It's evaluated on whether or not Aqua puts its CIP into service at the time it says it will on a broad scale. We're not looking at, yes, this one was good, no, that one was bad. It's how many projects were planned to be completed and were completed by the end of that time period.
And which ratepayers were paying for effective January 1 of each of the rate years.
Yes. I'm actually advocating that it's on a project by project basis. I'm advocating that we view the PBM as a list of projects, and that list of projects based on our reading of both the sub 163 and the sub 76 order and the rate year 1 order that came out this year, that the commission's direction is that the PBM allows the reallocation of funds, postponing of projects and moving around of projects in the year. I'm acknowledging that is not your view. We have a fundamental disagreement about how we interpret this PBM.
And I don't agree with that position because if the
I
company,
know you don't agree. I'm saying we have a difference of opinion.
if the company can complete any project that's included in the WSIP at any time and receive completion, and for it to count towards a timely completion metric, there is no customer protection towards the company implementing its CIP as planned. The company could front load every single project that it had that was expensive into rate year 1, which is uncapped, get some astronomical rate increase, let's call it 30 or 40% rate increase, and then have a bunch of cheap, low-cost projects in rate years 2 and 3. And then you could willy-nilly complete those projects, the smaller ones from later rate years, at any time, and the customers would be paying the high cost for rate year 1 the entire time. If you did it that way, you would be completely disassociating the recovery and the prospective recovery of costs from customers from the actual CIP or the WSIP, which is why we are here.
Let's back up. This is a PBM, right? Regardless, if we had no PBMs, 0 PBMs, there would still be an earnings calculation and a refund if the revenue requirement was so outrageous, as you said, and they didn't do their projects, and there would be a refund. So this PBM is about, as you say, find it. Let's see. I'll find it in a minute, but in your testimony, you say it's about correcting the utility. It's about correcting Aqua and doing its projects on time. But the actual refund exists whether or not this PBM exists. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have PBMs. That's not Aqua's position. But the fact is the refund will exist whether or not this penalty exists. This may impact the amount of the penalty, correct? Because it changes the band. But the refund will exist. And if the revenue requirement for rate year 1 is overstated and they don't do the projects as they should, there would be a refund. Do you agree with that?
That's not necessarily what, excuse me. Your question was if the revenue requirement exceeded the high end of the band, sorry. If the earnings, the earned ROE exceeded the high end of the band, there will be a refund regardless of the result of this metric. That's correct, but the metric is in place so that if Aqua, for example, didn't do a single thing, not a single project, the company can still earn in excess of the commission authorized ROE. The company in this case has proposed no penalty for not doing what we're here for, right? They could do none of the plan. 180, go a completely different direction, install all kinds of capital, which is outside of their plan, is not reviewed prior to, they're getting prospective recovery for this plan. And with no penalty, they would still be able to earn in excess of their authorized ROE up to the top of the band. So there's no customer protection without a penalty that essentially protects customers from overpaying for projects that they don't get.
The purpose of the WISP is to allow a refund if they're over earning. Would you agree with that?
No, the purpose of the
over earning refund of the WISP is it's one of the customer protections in the WISP. Would you agree with that?
The purpose of the excess earnings refund is to protect customers from the company over earning during the multi-year or the rate years 1 through 3.
Okay. Right. I think that's it. Thank you.
Right.
All right. Excuse me. Mr. Hauser, you were asked a number of questions about specific project changes by Ms. Fennell. One of those was a delay due to SRF funding requirements. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What is your position on delays caused by SRF funding requirements?
So I think the benefit of SRF, the company receiving SRF funding, is significant. I think if there was a delay due to DEQ's implementation of the SRF or getting the funding to Aqua or whatever approvals Aqua needs from DEQ to implement that project, I think it would be appropriate to waive a penalty associated with that.
Some other causes for delays that she mentioned or walked you through were DEQ permitting delays, inclement weather delays. Do you believe that Aqua, when it is putting together its capital investment plan, should take those types of delays into account?
Yes, Aqua should have experience placing projects into service, and it should factor in essentially contingencies and for unforeseen issues which may occur.
And Aqua, in this case, retained a consultant to assist them in putting together that capital investment plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Aqua, I believe it was Black and Veatch, was used to develop the CIP.
Okay. And would you expect that firm, if they were retained for that purpose, to have experience with delays in construction?
Yes.
All right. So Ms. Fennell was, I think, suggesting that there are adequate protections provided by the excess earning refund for to protect customers when a WISP is approved. And do you agree that in this case, Aqua has proposed that the upper ROE band be 100 basis points?
That's my understanding.
And would that provide less customer protection than the 50 basis point upper ROE band proposed by the public staff?
That's my understanding.
So you talked a little bit about the impact if a project, say, planned for rate year 1 of the WISP is not completed timely. But can you talk about the specific costs that customers would be paying, although that project has not been placed in service? And Ms. Boswell might be able to help you as well.
I'll start and she can follow up. The customers are paying rates for the rate year in which the project is expected to go into service from January 1st. So if the project is expected to go into service in November, the rate paid by customers incorporates that project for the 11 months before the anticipated in-service date. So if that project goes into service after the anticipated in-service date, the company's customers have been paying for a project that wasn't actually included. It wasn't placed in service during the time period it was estimated to.
I agree. And in addition to actually paying for the project, aren't customers also paying a return on that project?
Yes.
And are they also paying depreciation expense for that project?
Yeah.
They are. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Right. Well, we now have some questions for you from the commission. So I will first ask you some questions dealing with information relating to PFAS. And if you go back to lines 8 to 11 on page 39 of Aqua's accounting panel's rebuttal testimony, Aqua's accounting panel states that the company believes the level of investment and the number of systems impacted by PFAS is considered an extraordinary nature that will materially impact the financial condition of the company. PFAS remediation is expected to impact 225 wells, or 15% of the total wells in North Carolina. Based on the additional information provided on page 39 of Aqua's rebuttal panel's testimony, does the public staff now believe that Aqua's request for deferred accounting treatment meets the requirements of the two-prong test? And if you could explain why or why not.
So no, we don't believe it does. As witness Becker, I believe, stated yesterday, this has been something for PFAS that has been going on for the company for at least the last 6 years. Part of the test is both extraordinary in nature and impact to the overall earnings with the company. And Ms. Bada can likely speak to the overall cost included by Aqua in its CIP and in its base case for the PFAS projects. But the company hasn't demonstrated in this instance that, number one, that this legislation or this statute rather, that was passed subject to check by Ms. Bada in April of 2024 for something that they don't have to meet until April of 2029 is extraordinary. They haven't shown that their CIP as laid out will not cover those costs accordingly. And they haven't shown the differential between what they've included in their plans or in the base case and what they're estimating they won't recover does actually materially impact their earnings. And again, the company has also stated that if their earnings are impacted, they can come in for another rate case. If they are under earning, they have the right within the confines of the rule to come back in and file for a rate case. So for all of those reasons, the public staff does not believe the deferral is warranted in this case.
And of course, being able to come back in would be a remedy that's open to them if they do run into issues or problems related to those expenses.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, Aqua's accounting panel's Exhibit 6 illustrates that the revenue requirements as filed in its application are $10,784,000 based on the PFAS capital investments in the current case. Is the amount of $10,784,000 included in the cost of service?
What you're asking for, subject to my understanding
Sure.
from Ms. Bada, is this $10.78 million included
Yep.
in the accounting panel's rebuttal, already included within the confines of the base year and or rate years 1, 2, or 3?
Correct.
That is correct. Are you able to answer that or address it?
Can you please repeat that question again? Let me fully understand what you're asking.
Absolutely. Aqua Accounting Panel's Exhibit 6 illustrates the revenue requirements as filed in its application are $10,784,000 based on the PFAS capital investments in the current case. Is the amount of $10,784,000 included in the cost of service?
Yes, I think it is. Yes, it was.
It was included in the cost of service. Okay, thank you. Has Aqua provided public staff in response to data requests any detailed supporting cost information regarding the PFAS remediation amount that is not included in the cost of service that the company seeks authority to apply deferral accounting treatment to in this proceeding?
I do not think so.
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay, has Aqua provided the public staff any information regarding the cost estimates and the time period during which the PFAS remediation costs will be incurred?
Yes, they do. They have provided the estimated cost and the estimated time frame.
Okay, and has the company indicated to the public staff whether all PFAS remediation amounts Aqua proposes to defer are related to capital assets, or whether some of the costs are operating expenses?
That is correct.
And can you describe your understanding of PFAS remediation costs Aqua seeks to defer?
It is my understanding, subject to check by Ms. Vada, that they are seeking to recover any of the capital cost included within the base year, rate year 1, 2, or 3. Well, I guess not in the, well, yes, the base year to
Base
which the
year.
bridge year applies, sorry. For bridge year 1, 2, and 3, for which the costs that they've included are in excess of the ultimate cost, their actual cost are in excess of that which was included in their plan.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. And Aqua responds to the public staff's report on the 2024 WIS annual review report in docket W-218 sub 573A. Aqua stated that the actual debt expense incurred during 2023 corresponds with much smaller capital balances in place during the time period and are not representative of debt costs for capital balances in 2024. The public staff's methodology produces a significantly understated interest expense, increasing net income and resulting in an arbitrarily high ROE. Do you agree with Aqua's statement that the public staff's debt cost calculations produce an understated interest expense because of the relatively smaller capital balances during 2023? And if you could explain your answer.
No, what the public staff, and if I'm understanding your question correctly, what the public staff is recommending is the same earnings analysis for which the commission agreed with and ordered in the last rate case. And that is basing everything, all of the calculations off the same basis for which rates would otherwise be determined. And so I think it would be inaccurate to take an individual 1-year period and say, well, our interest or our capital was different in one given year, which is why we historically have used in calculating earnings when the public staff has presented those and when we do them in-house for our own, we have historically used the same methodology that we use in calculating rates for the rate case.
During the rate year 1 audit, did Aqua raise similar concerns? If you know, or if you recall.
I don't recall if they did or didn't.
Okay. Moving on to the timely completion of CIP projects. On page 24 of the public staff's WIS panel testimony, you state that net movement could be interpreted to mean comparing the total number of projects approved for a given rate year to the number of projects actually placed in service or not in the rate year. Now, when a project approved for a given year is not placed in service during that year, is that particular project postponed to another year in the multi-year rate plan period, or is it indefinitely postponed or canceled?
You're asking if a project's not complete by the timeline which was originally approved by the sub 573 order.
That
is it getting pushed into the next year, or is it up in the air?
Is it up in the air? And if so, how is that addressed? Yeah.
It essentially depends on the company's operations. For some projects, it seems like they've completed them after the time they were initially planned to go in service. And for others, the company has stated that it's either reprioritize those funds to other projects or canceled the project for various reasons. And that's included in the filing they made on October 6, 2025, or their rebuttal. I believe it's Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Does Aqua provide the public staff with information in its quarterly or annual WIS filings regarding when Aqua intends to start work on a postponed project?
No, I don't believe so. For projects which were not placed in service at the time they were expected to, in order to get that information, I would have to go into the quarterly report and look. There's a tab marked Construction in Progress CIP, and that tab has spending that the company has had on any individual project in the previous quarter. So if I want to look at a project that hadn't been completed yet, it would be included in there. My understanding from the company is that they intend to keep filing this in at least their annual report. And based on the information included in this, I think this would hopefully say, we started this project, we're working on it, even if it wasn't a project that had gone beyond its initial due date or estimated in service date.
And at this time, it's assumed that those quarterly reports would continue to be filed, assuming a WISC is approved by the commission.
That's my understanding.
Okay. On page 24 of your testimony, you state that the net movement could be also interpreted to mean completion in the subject rate year of a project approved for WISC, regardless of the rate year in which the project was planned to be completed. Now, can you discuss the advantages and disadvantages of following this interpretation to account for net movement of projects?
Sure. So I think the two main interpretations you could have is how many projects towards your total WSIP completion have you moved in a given year? We don't agree with that. We think that it's evaluation and that net movement is used simply as an alternative to the word cumulative, where I believe in the sub 573 rate case, the parties had pushed or recommended a cumulative benchmark that said in rate year 1, this is how much you're going to have done. By the end of rate year 2, you should have done this stuff from rate year 1 and these things from rate year 2. So we're going to evaluate you again based on everything so far. Our interpretation is that the commission used the caveat of net movement to simply mean not cumulative, and that the projects for rate year 1 should be evaluated in rate year 1 and rate year 2 should be evaluated in rate year 2. I think the alternative is the one discussed by Aqua's counsel and I regarding implementing any project throughout the course of the WSIP in a given year. And obviously we have concerns about that.
Okay. Now on pages 54 to 57 of your testimony, you described public staff's concerns with undefined marker projects. Aqua rebuttal WISC panel responds that the markers allow Aqua the flexibility to reprioritize projects with like scope and need to maximize the benefit of our investments for the customer's well-being, and that's in the rebuttal WISC panel at page 32. They further agreed to provide the location and contaminant being addressed in the case of primary markers, okay? Now, does this address public staff's concerns relating to these undefined marker projects?
That was our recommendation to address undefined marker projects, was that if the company states what they're doing, where they're doing it when they first report spend, that it would let us know that, yes, this is a project we're working on, and also in the commission in their quarterly report. Hey, this is where we're doing this project. This is, this is the updated estimated cost. This is when we think it'll be done. This is the subject of that project. If it's a radium filter for one of those primary water quality markers, then we would know, hey, it's Bayleaf well 102 radium filter is being installed here. And so we would know it, rather than after the fact when we go to evaluate their annual performance. If they said, okay, we installed 6 different projects that are primary water quality contaminants that fits into this marker, that marker, and the other marker, and then they say that they're complete or that they met their timely completion metric. If they tell us when they're already working on it, we'll be able to evaluate, yes, they put in the project they were planning on.
Do you think that these undefined projects require greater specificity or detail from the outset?
We do. We believe that the projects should have a location and purpose. The company contends that, saying generally the purpose is a primary water quality contaminant, we don't think that that meets the requirement of the rule.
And have you discussed that with Aqua, and have they provided any additional feedback about how to address that concern?
Let me answer that question, Commissioner McKissick. So first of all, the rule requires the CIP projects to be defined. Our 1-AC2B requires the projects in the CIP list to be detailed description, scope, and reason. So all these marker projects during the rebuttal process, they did provide the system information of where these marker projects are going. I mean, but we feel like those are just a placeholder. Okay, water main replacement, where the water main replacements are needed are projects that have been defined in the CIP, but the marker projects for water main replacement, they just don't know where that's going to occur. So they have given a bunch of systems. I mean, every water system has a water main. I mean, that's what we're saying. Those are not clearly defined because they don't know where exactly that's going to happen. I understand Aqua needs some flexibility, but the rule requirement is that they should have some understanding of where exactly things are needed based on the system operations, based on the inventory information that they have. And sometimes it might be something to do with a primary contaminant removal. That might change over time. The concentrations might go down, concentrations might go up. So what we're saying is, instead of calling them just markers for different reasons, why don't you try to define them better, because that's what the rule requires you to do.
In discovery, we asked Aqua to provide the locations and scope of the projects, and Aqua responded, as Ms. Bata just stated, with a list of systems, but the response also stated that the qualifying projects may not be included in that list, or that it was reasonable. Something to the effect of, this list may not be a comprehensive list.
So there was a lack of specificity that allowed you to do appropriate analysis, determine the scope, the nature of the projects, but likewise, how projects might be substituted each other as things move forward. And I take it the quarterly reports up to this point in time have failed to provide that information.
So the quarterly reports up until this point in time have included mostly project costs given specific projects and what's going into service, rather than what I would say is defining information for projects. So the quarterly reports include more what I would say is cost information, rather than, hey, we ran into this delay and it's going to slow us down a little bit. There's less of that information and more of just capital information, I would say.
Capital information. All right. Thank you for that clarity. Let me see if there are other questions from commissioners. Commissioner Comerine?
Thank you for your answers to all the questions. Ms. Bada, I have one question for you that is related to your direct testimony. I just want clarification. In your direct testimony, and I'm not sure you need to refer to it, it's pages 35 and 36. It was in regard to the PFAS Guard LLC. And you stated that a number of questions that Aqua needed to answer a number of questions regarding the PFAS Guard LLC in order for the public staff to perform the accounting. I just want to get some clarification. Do you have what you need for the accounting at this point? Have those questions been answered?
No, ma'am. So this is just basically regarding what Ms. Plummer discussed yesterday, the models that have been just developed while the work was happening in North Carolina. And North Carolina customers are bearing the cost of it. And now PFAS Guard has been created, a new company under utilities, essential utilities, to sell these modular kits for different size PFAS treatments, mostly for groundwater systems. So since the cost for that particular development, I mean, I understand when they worked on different PFAS treatment projects on their sites, they had different ideas. It took time to put it all together. So we don't have all that because of the questions we asked Aqua, how that work was tracked, who was involved. Detailed information has not been provided. So we really don't know. We can't really make any recommendations other than to keep up with what happens and if PFAS Guard ends up selling any of these modular kits. What we do understand is that based on the verbal under agreement and the discussion between PFAS Guard and other essential utilities is that they have verbally agreed to $2,000 is going to be given to Aqua North Carolina if any of these per unit sold. And I don't even know if that's appropriate just because I was not able to get the cost for the work that went into it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to a couple of questions regarding the metrics. I'm going to start with the state revolving fund metric. Mr. Hauser, I think the question is for you. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. So in Mr. Becker's rebuttal, he makes some statements about that that the metrics should be tracking only without incentives and penalties. And I think his position is that Aqua should be spending its time and resources on applications that have a likelihood of success as opposed to a specific number of applications. And he also noted in his rebuttal testimony that that Aqua, according to the commission's order in M100 sub 164, is already required to pursue all opportunities for funding from the state revolving fund. Is that not sufficient Aqua's already required to do that? Is that not sufficient? Why do we need incentives and penalties if it's already an obligation of Aqua?
I don't know where the obligation, or sorry, I don't know when the obligation for M100 to pursue all funding began. I'm not aware that Aqua had applied for any SRF funding prior to the implementation of this metric. We have concerns that because the offset of capital costs essentially, or sorry, excuse me, may not be in the best interest of Aqua, but it's definitely in the best interest of customers because it has a downward pressure on rates to essentially replace the capital costs, that Aqua may not pursue it on their own. And we feel that the incentive and penalty encourages Aqua to pursue what we believe is in the customer's interest.
Okay, thank you. And that I will ask Mr. Becker when he comes back on rebuttal about whether Aqua did in fact apply for any funds from the SRF prior to this metric being put in place. Then I want to make sure that I understand the timely completion of capital projects, PBM, and I think a lot of the issues were with the questions and testimony that that they can be somewhat conflated, and I want to keep the issues very separate. So one issue is whether the PBM should be tracking only or should have penalty and incentive. So I'll set that aside. That is contested by the parties. And then there's the issue about net movement. Public staff's position is that net movement should be allowed, but only within the specific rate year. And then Aqua's position is that net movement should be allowed, but during the course of the 3-year WSIP. So they disagreement about net movement. And I heard then I want to keep it separate also about the difference between the metric and the CIP, because those are separate issues. So, Mr. Hauser, you talked about one of the concerns, if there was not incentives and penalties with the metric, is that there would be potentially the possibility that a utility could front load the most expensive projects in rate year 1 and then have the less expensive projects in rate years 2 and 3. And that would be to the detriment or harm of customers. Did I state your concern correctly?
Yes, if the company was allowed to swap projects based on when they were initially placed in service to a different time than what was used to calculate rates, it stands to reason that a savvy company could put all of their capital investment into the uncapped rate year 1 and then turn around and place projects into service to avoid a penalty or to meet their actual capital needs, which may not have been represented adequately by the rates we just built based on a plan. And that it could result in placing a large increase in rate year 1, which may not necessarily be representative of the capital projects we're actually placed in service.
And the public staff it has the opportunity. So we, in the course of this rate proceeding, public staff reviews the company's proposed CIP, correct? And then the commission, it's our responsibility or obligation to make a determination or decision about the CIP and whether it's appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we also determine, public staff makes recommendations and the commission determines rates that will go into effect for rate years 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And help me to understand, so the concern about front loading the most expensive projects in rate year 1, that if the public staff and the commission, if we're doing our job, we will ensure that that does not happen to the detriment of customers in the CIP. Is that, am I understanding it correctly? Is that a fair statement?
Hopefully, but we don't necessarily know if the plan put forward by Aqua is identical to its own internal capital plan. If there's a plan for the purposes of regulatory rate making, which is different than the plan that Aqua plans to place in service, and I don't have any evidence of that. I'm just saying this, it's a hypothetical, right? If there was a difference there and there's no penalty to the company for actually placing the specific projects into service that it used to make the rates, the customers could be harmed.
And help me to understand how the rates could change, because we're setting rates prospectively. And so if the projects are significantly different and more expensive in rate year 1, how does that affect the rates that the commission has already that would have been approved through the rate proceeding?
So if the company had a plan, again, hypothetical here, to put in equal amounts of capital investment into each rate years 1, 2, 3, and let's say that results in a 15% increase in service revenue requirement, the company would still be capped in rate years 2 and 3 to a 5% increase. So in rate year 1, they would get a 15% increase in their service revenue. And then in rate years 2 and 3, they would be capped to 5. If the company were to change that and front load and put in 25% rate increase into rate year 1 and then 5% into 2 and 5% into 3, if that was disassociated from the actual capital investment when it was actually made and placed into service, you would have had the customers paying a 25% rate increase in rate year 1, which then flows through into 2 and 3, where in reality they would have otherwise had a 15% rate increase in rate year 1 and then a 5 in 2 and 3. If I answered your question, I know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I understand, but the rates are set prospectively. So maybe you can help me understand how the scenario that you're concerned, how that would happen in practice.
So if the company knows that there's if you knew that there was not going to be a penalty for swapping projects around, you could change the way that you create your CIP in order to produce the largest rate increase possible in rate year 1, and then receive a capped rate increase in rate years 2 and 3.
Okay. I think I understand your explanation now. And my last question about this, or I think it's going to be my last question, isn't so the question of net movement, whether it should be confined to the specific rate year or the course of the WSIP. And I think that what what our focus and interest should be is what will provide the most financial benefit to the customers in this consideration. And I think, can you respond to Aqua's position that if they are allowed, and again, setting aside the incentives and penalties versus the tracking, if they are allowed net movement over the course of the WSIP, it could in fact provide savings to customers because they would be able to postpone or defer more costly projects and accelerate those projects that could be done in a more economical fashion.
Potentially, and that depends if the projects which the company is reprioritizing its funding towards are projects that are already included in the plan.
Mhm.
If those projects are projects which are outside of the plan, it's not necessarily.
And within the plan, you mean within the 3-year rate period? And is Aqua is Aqua proposing that it could substitute non-WSIP projects within this net movement over the course of the WSIP? Are they proposing that they should be allowed to select projects outside of the CIP to use within the CIP? Does my question make sense?
That's my understanding. I think with the reprioritization of projects my understanding is that they've reprioritized projects which are within their approved CIP to projects which were not originally included in their CIP. And the public staff does not agree with that.
Okay, I'll confirm that with Aqua, but thank you for answering some of my questions. That's all I have.
Commissioner Van der Waart.
Yeah, I just want to touch back on my favorite subject. The PFAS guard, that's a company that's non-regulated,
That is correct.
and are they related to Aqua?
They are under the essential umbrella, which would by default make them an affiliate, yes.
And in the PFAS guard product, is it true that the PFAS guard group company offers an exchange for spent resin? In other words, if I've got a PFAS guard system on my community well, and I presume we're going to be testing, and I guess at some point you might have some breakthrough estimates. When I need some new resin, do I get another unit from PFAS guard that I just slap in there and then they take my old one away?
I do not know the details of how PFAS Guard is going to operate its system. All I know is that a lot of work that North Carolina did to put these model kits together, let's say two 24-inch pressure vessels with a certain amount of media in them, all the valves, piping that are associated with it is going to be all put together to supply to a system. And there's going to be a charge for that. And they have different sizes of the kits that they plan to sell. But I do not know how they plan to operate and maintain and support.
So here's my question, though. I mean, do you think that the decision to go with, I mean, if I'm right that they're swapping these out, that's a revenue stream that is going to go off into the future that accrues to PFAS Guard and therefore the affiliates. Are you convinced, are you satisfied that that's not influencing the decision not to use other technologies? For example, a carbon resin hybrid or just a carbon system? Do you think that?
Possibly. I mean,
So you're not convinced that that's not true? Okay.
correct.
Neither am I. Okay, thank you.
See, any other questions? Just one quick follow-up. With the PFAS guard, has it ever been determined whether the person who worked on, I guess, the research, design, the engineering, I guess they were employed by Aqua at one time, but now they're affiliated with PFAS guard. Is that correct?
That's correct. I know the main person, Mr. Joseph Pierce, He was the Director of Operations, Aqua, North Carolina, from April 2018 to April 2023. And then he went on to become the Chief of Engineering Operations, Aqua, North Carolina, from April 23 to February 2024. And he went to become a Vice President of the Emerging Contaminant Program, Aqua Services, from February 2024 to present. And he's also the Senior Vice President of PFAS Guard and since July of 2024 to present. So he was the main engineer down here. And as Ms. Plummer mentioned yesterday, stated yesterday, that there are a bunch of other staff that were involved with working on all these different PFAS treatment systems throughout different sites. While they were working, they had figured out, okay, this type of enclosure is the appropriate, cheaper option to go with, this size vessels, this size media. They narrowed down what exactly is needed for a certain capacity well. So yes, Mr. Joe Pierce was the main person, and he has moved on to different roles. And after creating a PFAS guard to sell all these, I guess, selected units that's put together in a kit. And as Ms. Plummer had stated in one of the DR responses, that these treatment systems can be installed within a day. So rather than another utility coming in and trying to figure out what exactly is needed, I guess they can rely on these modular kits to, I guess, have a less time to put it all together, put it in place together. So they would be spending less time trying to narrow down what exactly fits all together.
And the PFAS guard being a modular system, it can go into place, and as I recall, it was like a relatively small contained site that it could be located on.
Correct.
That made it easier to go in and put it in quickly, as opposed to the traditional way of handling PFAS type equipment.
Correct. And some utilities might choose to, I don't know, remodel their existing building that they have where they currently have certain treatments, and they might need to make some modifications to put more equipment within that building. So I think Aqua, while working on all these different PFAS, they have figured out that what is the most, I guess, convenient way that is gonna take less time to put these things together so it functions properly.
And so what I gather, it can, the people that are working with the PFAS system that's being installed, they don't have to have space inside the building for the people actually being.
Yes, the most of the treatment systems that have been installed, and that's what I think modular kits are supposed to be.
And there was funds that would be paid back to Aqua, as I recall, based upon these PFAS guard systems going in. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Or there funds that were supposed to be paid back to Aqua based upon the PFAS guard systems going in?
What I do know is that based on the responses that I have received, there's not been any modular kits sold yet. And people are just starting to look into this issue, and they still have a little bit of time to be in compliance with the system. So based on the agreements between different parties under essential utilities, they have, I guess, suggested paying $2,000 per unit sold to North Carolina.
That's
Whether or
right.
not that actually covers the cost of developing and those units, we haven't been able to determine at this point in time.
And that was my next question, because I was remembering that $2,000 figure. Okay. And I guess the last question, Mr. Hauser, Commissioner Cameron asked you about the front loading of all these projects, perhaps into year one. And I take it one of your concerns is if they front load all the projects into year one, it's a larger base of projects there that would be used in terms of evaluating what the increases would be in following years under a multi-year rate plan, that 5% cap. Is that correct?
Both what the increase would be in rate year one, as well as the subsequent increases based on the
In
percentage.
year
cap.
2s and 3 as well. Okay. Let me see. I'm not seeing any other commissioner. Oh, okay, Commissioner Tucker. Yes.
Thank you. I know you're getting ready to break for lunch.
We want to make sure you get your questions in, and we can
Yes,
allow
sir.
for-
Just one quick question. Ms. Boswell, are you a baseball fan?
I am a Cub fan, yes, so.
You are a
I'm a
Cub
glutton
fan.
for punishment.
Well, with your love of baseball, why would you not allow a percentage of the cost of the Philadelphia Phillies tickets that were charged to Aqua, North Carolina to be an expense that you would allow?
Well, number one, I'm a Cubs fan by default.
Right.
So wrong team. But number two, it's not something that is used and useful and cost that is for providing utility service.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
And that was under the executive compensation part, right? Or
That one was not. No, that was
okay.
under sundries.
That was
adjustment.
under the miscellaneous ones. Okay, very good. Yeah, I remember reading it as well. Now we have an opportunity for questions on commissioner questions.
I have three that I think will only need a one-word answer.
Okay, go right ahead.
Ms. Vada, to your knowledge, who owns the PFAS kit technology now?
PFAS guardians.
And who paid for the cost of developing this PFAS kit technology?
I believe it was the Aqua North Carolina employees.
And was Aqua NC compensated for the development cost? To your knowledge?
Not yet, as far as I know.
Thank you.
No questions.
Are there any further questions? All right, are any motions?
Yes, Commissioner McKissick, I would move at this time to admit public staff exhibits, WISIP panel revised exhibit 1, WISIP panel exhibit 2, public staff settlement exhibit 1, and public staff settlement exhibit 2.
Without objection, your motion is allowed. We're going to go ahead and recess now for lunch. It is 12:35. I'm trying to look at what our schedule looks like for the rest of the afternoon. Why don't we try to get back here by 1:25? Okay? Thank you. Rebuttal.
I'm going to move in the two witnesses that were moved first, and then we'll call our first panel. So both Kruger and Mill Iron were waived. So I'd like to move in the rebuttal testimony of Robert D. Kruger, consisting of 14 pages and one exhibit that was filed on October 10th, 2025. I would ask that it be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, with its corresponding exhibit marked or moved in, marked as it was filed. Sorry.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
All right, I would also like to move in the rebuttal testimony of Brent Mill Iron, consisting of 8 pages, that was filed on 10/10/2025. I would ask that it be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
And now Aqua calls the accounting joint panel on rebuttal of Dean Gearhart, Charlie Baldwin, and William Packer.
Would you all like to be sworn in, or does anybody need to be affirmed?
I need to be.
Affirmed. All right, we'll just affirm everyone.
Yeah, just Packer needs to be.
Patrick, okay. Do you hereby affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And for the others, we remind you that you were sworn in previously, or affirmed previously, I should state for the record.
Thank you.
And on that note, go right ahead.
Mr. Gearhart, can you state your name and official address for the record?
Yes, it's Dean R. Gearhart. My business address is 202 McKeenan Drive in Cary, North Carolina.
Mr. Packer, can you state your name and official address for the record?
Sir, it's William C. Packer, 762 West Lancaster Avenue, Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin, can you state your name and address for the record?
Charlie Y. Baldwin. My address is 202 McKeenan Court. That's in Cary, North Carolina.
Did this panel cause to be filed rebuttal testimony of 46 pages consisting of 7 exhibits, including Exhibit 4, which is confidential, on October 10th, 2025?
We did.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
We do not.
If I asked you the questions in this pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Yes.
They would.
Did you cause a summary to be filed in this docket of your testimony? Yeah.
Yes.
Is that summary true and accurate to the best of your information and belief?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Presiding Commissioner, I ask that the rebuttal testimony of the Aqua Accounting Joint Rebuttal Panel be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and the corresponding exhibits be marked for identification as set out in its pre-filed submission.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
I would also ask that the summary be entered into the record.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
The panel is presented for cross.
I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Nothing from me. Public staff has no questions for these witnesses.
Public staff has no questions. Okay. Well, we will go ahead with a few questions here that commission staff has suggested that we have into the record in terms of information that's necessary to make appropriate evidentiary findings. And this will address the customer assistance program. I understand you do not have data on the effects of the pilot before it begins, but the public staff's recommendation was to provide a methodology for collecting data on bad debt, on collectibles, and non-payment accounts. Have you considered adding a reporting requirement on these issues to meet the public staff's recommendations?
Yeah, we have regular reporting where we actually look at the accounts, past due accounts. We look at the disconnects. Actually, a part of our quarterly reporting, we report the number of disconnects. And in looking at those that we would help in the CAP program, we were especially concerned with those that were disconnected for more than one day. You know, sometimes you could be disconnected for a day, but if you're off for more than 24 hours, you probably have some need of financial assistance. So we do have the data. We would need to formalize and put something more in place based on some guidance on what we really need. But we do have that information that we report monthly through the reporting requirement we have.
Have you done any estimate to determine approximate number of customers that a CAP program, as it's been recommended, would assist in benefiting? Right now, it's at $75,000, what was recommended, but have you had any type of preliminary assessment or determination to determine how many customers you would anticipate helping that would basically be at risk of having their service turned off based upon the way you all have envisioned the CAP program functioning and operating?
Not formally, but in looking at the disconnects and the reporting that we are responsible for, those customers that are disconnected for more than 24 hours, per my last recollection, my recollection is it runs less than 100. I think it's in the 80 range. So that would be the first set of candidates, if you will, for someone that would be in need of immediate financial assistance.
And that would be system-wide and for Aqua?
That is in Aqua, North Carolina. Yeah.
Secretary, okay, thank you. Would it be, and I'm going to move on now to rate case expenses, to just get a little information about what you can provide us with. Would be able to provide a late filed exhibit that includes the updated actual rate case expenses and any estimated rate case expenses Aqua proposes to be included in the revenue requirement for this proceeding, including, for example, the estimated rate case expenses that would include the legal that's been incurred related to this particular evidentiary hearing, as well as including preparations of any proposed orders or briefs. Would you all be able to do that for us?
Yes, we will. In fact, this week I updated all of our costs. The amount that were in the public staff's testimony was from August. And since then, we've added approximately $300,000 in actual invoices. As of right now, we're at 1.1 million in total invoices. That includes the depreciation study. And we have an estimate of another approximately 350. And we provide both the invoices themselves and a summary kind of showing what's incurred and what we still expect to be incurred. So right now, we're still projecting to be about 1.5 million, as we're very close to our original projections. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, just make sure that you include the individual components and the associated dollar amounts for all items that add up to the proposed rate cases, expenses. And if you could also indicate what type of billing rates the attorneys charge.
Absolutely.
And perhaps if there's estimated hours accumulated by different attorneys in different categories in the case that would provide insight into the totality of the expenses that you're seeking.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, on pages 19 through 20 of your testimony, particularly page 20, lines 1 through 2, you discuss various ways that Aqua seeks to manage the levels of rate case expenses incurred as it relates to a rate case application. And in response to the public staff's adjustment to total rate case expenses, that they be funded by customers or ratepayers to the tune of 40%, can you comment regarding whether costs have increased significantly over historic levels from the various components of rate case expenses? For example, a comparison of the external consulting fees, legal fees by billable hour, internal labor cost, and what the company is doing to control these costs.
I'll take a crack at this one. I testified in the previous case, our first multi-year rate plan, and helped the North Carolina team in getting this case out the door. I think it was noted in earlier testimony that the costs of the first multi-year rate plan case that we had, a commission approved 1.6 million of total rate case expenses. This case, we projected 1.5 million. What I can tell you based on what I know is we did more in this case than we did even in our first multi-year rate plan. We didn't do a depreciation study last time, so it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison. I don't believe we paid for commission consultants in the last case, subject to check. And I think it was brought up earlier that when you compare even the 2019 case, which was a non-multi-year rate plan, compared to the multi-year rate plan under the rules R1 -17A, it is more complicated. So it is more costly. More complicated. You're projecting 3 years in advance. So yeah, there's more required analysis, and so I would say that our costs are lower in this case. We did do some things differently than one of our consultants that we used in the last rate case to help with our first preparation. We had to do a lot of accounting model redesign and retooling to add in the multiple years. We removed that consultant substantially, and we did it in-house. So, where we can, we like to do as many of our own calculations as we can. But in some cases where you have new rule changes, new ways of doing things, and to supplement our team, we will use consultants more or less case to case. But I think the evidence is in this proceeding is that the costs of this case are lower than the previous case for those reasons.
Sure. And I assume that the complexity of these multi-year rate cases are fairly demanding on Aqua. And likewise, I guess the number of data requests that come in from the public staff or interveners is something you don't have the ability to control. But are there other ways moving forward that you can look at controlling rate case expenses? I mean, you have identified the consultant or attorney who you used previously that you did not use on this occasion to do, I guess, preliminary analysis. But are there anything that you can envision based upon what you've observed during dependency of this proceeding that might cause you to think about the way those rate case expenses are incurred and cost-saving measures that could be implemented to achieve greater savings moving forward?
The short answer to that is yes. What I'd say is this is our second time through. I think us as a company, you as a commission and public staff, we're learning what's working and what can work better, and where we can, I think, handle things or do things maybe a little bit differently. So I do think there's probably opportunities for some additional savings to do more work in-house. But when it typically comes to three components of the case, any case that we file, whether a general or a multi-year rate plan, when it comes to return on equity testimony, that's highly expert, always going to be outside consulting. Depreciation study, again, that's not something that you typically do. You really need an expertise for that, training, certifications, and rate design, cost of service. We've used different consultants before, but those three things really are niche components where in most states, that's all done with external consulting. So, but I do think there are items within the rule R117A, the W1 item 10s, number 1 through 28, that, we could do more perhaps internally and a little bit less with consulting. So short answer, yes.
Okay. Let me move on now to Aqua's request for deferral treatment of PFAS costs. Now, in your application, which was supported by pre-filed testimony from Aqua's witness Baldwin, and specifically pages 9 through 11 of his direct testimony, Aqua requested deferral accounting for PFAS costs not included in the current cost of services in the base case or in the WIS. The public staff's WIS panel has opposed the requested deferral accounting treatment, stating that Aqua did not produce any evidence in its request that the magnitude of the potential costs not included in the cost of service would result in a material impact on the financial position of each rate division in terms of its level of earnings. And of course, that's page 64, pages 10 through 13. Now, Aqua's accounting panel responds in rebuttal testimony on page 39, beginning at line 8, saying that the company believes the level of investment and the number of systems impacted by PFAS is considered an extraordinary nature, or extraordinary, I should say, excuse me, nature, and that will materially impact the financial condition of the company. Now, has Aqua provided the commission with any evidence regarding the dollar amount of PFAS costs that Aqua would expect to defer that have not been requested for recovery in the current rate case proceeding?
Short answer, no. We haven't provided evidence quantifying the expectations of future deferral. We don't know it, right? And I think the substance of the company's position is that PFAS as an issue, right? I mean, 6 years in our life, this is really just starting to be attacked within the next 3 to 5 years. We have class action lawsuits that are going on, which we're involved with as a company. In this case, we've secured for North Carolina $8.4 million of remediation costs that'll lower the rate base, lower the investment. And we were able to do that because we had to make claims to say, here's how it has impacted us. So it's a time-sensitive issue, with the operators and the water quality folks will tell you from a regulations perspective, but it's also a time-sensitive issue relative to the activity nationwide and all these people lining up to, get with chemical polluters and seek some type of remediation costs. So, we agree. We deferred that money that we received immediately for this rate proceeding to reflect it. And I think what we're looking for is there's a continuation of that deferral requirement. Okay, that's what we would expect, is that if we get any more proceeds, we would defer those proceeds to offset costs in the next rate case. And I think what we were looking for is perhaps some protection on the overside to the extent that there's new systems, new wells that come up that we didn't identify as needing treatment that do. Now, I don't know which ones they're going to be, right? Could be none. But that's really, I think, that the substance of the company's request is for some protection for the list of projects and the costs that we've identified in this proceeding, which I think you referred in the exhibit in the public staff accounting testimony and its attachment to Mr. Baldwin's. We had quantified that there was about $78 million of PFAS and invested capital costs in this proceeding, which has a value of about 10.7 million of revenue requirement. Our cumulative rate year one, impact in rates was like $29 million. So it's about a third of the ask for rate relief in this case. So in my view, that was our attempt to at least satisfy a prong of the deferral statute that the cost is significant, the issue is significant, and we're going to defer all the benefit liabilities that we get from future litigation proceeds. We were asking for some protection on the top end.
Okay, so would you have any type of estimate of the amount of additional PFAS project costs that are expected at this time? And if you could subtract out from what those anticipated or estimated costs would be, any kind of PFAS settlement fees that you might contemplate receiving?
I'm not sure I can, Commissioner. I'd like to, believe me.
You'd like to do it, but you think it would be too speculative?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so I guess I'll move on to this next question, but I think we've probably addressed it to some extent. What is the estimated dollar amount of any operating expenses related to PFAS remediation projects that Aqua seeks to defer? of course, before you were talking about overall, but this
Yeah.
gets to operating, and
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for you, but perhaps you can articulate what your response would be based upon what you've already stated about the
Happy
estimated
to.
cost of the projects.
Yeah, we quantified the capital cost, revenue requirement impact, right? We haven't quantified the operating cost. And I'm going to go, and you can correct me, Charlie and Dean, I don't believe we have any at this point, right? We don't have a quantified O&M expense recovery claim amount just for PFAS. The one thing that's immediate in our operating expenses when it comes to PFAS and wells that I'm aware of, talking to multiple operators in other jurisdictions, is the likelihood of frequency increase in lab testing costs. So to the extent there's something there, it's minimal right now. But I think as these units get put online in the future, 3 years from now, with testing requirements, daily site visits, whatever that is, I expect that'll be a future O&M cost that we'll be discussing in future cases.
And of course, this leads right into the next question, which is, if you were to look over what period of time do you think Aqua estimates that additional project costs will be incurred? I mean, do you have any, if you were to look into that crystal ball?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of a sea of ambiguity, but the extent to which you have knowledge that would reasonably help you anticipate what that time frame might be, are you able to state what that is to the best of your knowledge at this time?
I mean, I don't know, Commissioner, right now. Could I go walk away from this and sharpen a pencil with folks such as witness Lauren, Ralph, and Shannon to think about that in terms of what's our real sort of exposure, if you will, on the operating and maintenance expense side. But at this moment, I don't have anything, but we could.
Would it be possible to submit a late filed exhibit that might be able to provide some clarity?
Yeah.
If you could, that would be.
If possible, I'll
If
defer,
possible.
that to, I believe they're coming on after me. They're hearing what I'm saying here. We'll try to address it.
So does Aqua seek a return on the deferred capital asset portion and or the deferred expense portion of the PFAS remediation amount? And if yes, what rate of return is Aqua seeking?
Yeah, the deferred amount over and above what will be included in this cost of service determination from this case would be the rate of return agreed to, whatever the commission sets here, a weighted average cost of capital, debt and equity with the cost of debt and a return on equity portion. So the weighted average cost of capital rate.
All right. And on lines 15 and 16 of your rebuttal testimony, Aqua states the revenue requirement impact of the PFAS investments Aqua included in the current proceeding as $10,784,000, but does not quantify or estimate the financial impact on Aqua related to the PFAS project costs for which it is seeking deferral accounting. Now, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The 10,785,000 represents what we've included in this case. So I would argue that that's the whatever is approved, and that number also is our as filed amount. So it doesn't take into considerations the recommended adjustments from witness BADA, the average costing. So I would expect that if we quantified that schedule, sort of here's what we think, whatever the commission decides is approved, it'll be could be a lower number. But yeah, that doesn't forecast, let's just say additional wells that may need treatment or other circumstances that could trigger a deferral. No.
So what information can you provide to the commission to demonstrate the material impact on Aqua's financial results in terms of revenue requirement or ROE impact related specifically to the additional PFAS project costs that Aqua seeks to defer?
Sitting here at this time, I cannot.
You're unable to. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Let me look and see if there are any other questions from commissioners as it relates to issues that this panel could address. Not seeing any, it's an opportunity now for questions on commissioner questions.
I just have one. There was a lot of talk about the PFAS deferral. There is an agreement in the case. We've agreed to defer all settlement costs. Is that correct?
Yes.
For PFAS. So this is sort of the other side of that. We are aware of the PFAS mitigation that Ms. Plummer has gone into in depth. And this deferral is meant to capture anything beyond that we're not. And the point is, we don't know at this point what that number is. And this is sort of the reciprocal side to the settlement, the PFAS settlement amounts we have agreed to defer that will go to the benefit of the ratepayers. Is that correct?
It is the other side.
Yes.
I would say it's very important that whatever the determinations are in this proceeding, that what is included for PFAS at whatever levels, it's quantified, that if deferred accounting on the other side for costs incurred over and above what was included, all the parties would need to understand what is in very clearly so they could assess later if the deferral was appropriate. So, yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Yost, or public staff, I should say.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of questions that Commissioner McKissick asked. One for the panel, Commissioner McKissick asked about late file exhibit. I wanted to ask if the panel could include in that late file exhibit a breakout of the costs associated with each of Aqua's consultants, and actually the public staff consultants as well, so that the commission could compare those costs. I also wanted to follow up on, of course, that's okay with the commission that.
Yes, no objections if the panel, the witnesses feel that they can do that late file exhibit. That seems like a very pertinent detail that should obviously be addressed.
We can and will do that, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then I wanted to follow up on the water sewer investment plan and the rate case expenses. I'm sorry, I believe it was, the panel testified that right now it's 1.1 billion to date, and you estimate another 300,000 in rate case expenses. Is that correct?
That is our current estimate. That involves estimated additional legal hours. I mean, the numbers are climbing as we speak, literally. And then the cost of printing the notices at the end, and actually the public staff section are including that part in their position. So it's sort of known items that are definitely going to be incurred in the next few months.
All right. Would you agree that it was a stated purpose of the water and sewer investment plan to save on rate case expenses?
Well, by having rates that are effective for 3 years, that theoretically that spreads out the timing of rate cases, which it has. So by that perspective, it would, yes.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because then, do you know what the rate case expense was in 2010 and sub 319?
2010?
Yeah.
I would assume it would be considerably less.
Oh, subject to check, would you agree that it was approximately $377,527?
I'd have to look and see how that schedule was laid out. That seems low. It's possible. Again, and the reason I say that is rate case expense can be categorized into different items, depreciation studies, what have you. Subject to check. I'd have to review that.
All right.
But again, that was quite some time ago. My memory is not as good as it once was.
No further questions.
I just have.
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Baldwin, you were asked by Presiding Commissioner McKissick how many customers you believe would potentially be served by the $75,000 Aqua is proposing to reallocate for miscellaneous revenues to fund the CAP program. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you said that Aqua has around 100 customers who are disconnected.
That was disconnected and had a disconnect period greater than 24 hours.
But the program would serve customers who are in arrears, is that correct?
It would.
And so would you agree that Aqua has more customers who are in arrears than who have been disconnected?
Yes, I was just trying to show a population that would possibly be in an immediate financial need.
And so the commission actually has a docket, it's M100 sub 179, in which utilities such as Aqua file periodic reports on the number of delinquencies and payments and disconnections for service. Are you familiar with that docket?
Yes.
And so the most recent filing covered the period ending September of this year, I believe. And subject to check, would you agree that for that period, Aqua had 1,103 customers on repayment plans?
Subject to check, sounds in line. I actually prepared the report.
Okay, great. Would you agree, subject to check, that there were 2,328 customers past due?
Subject to check.
Okay. And 9,238 active residential customers that were 30 days in arrears or more?
Yeah, subject to check.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right. It looks like we're at a point where you all can be released, and we'll look to Aqua for its final panel.
I'd also like to move the exhibits of this panel.
Go right ahead. Yes, by all means.
As pre-marked. Thank you.
If that's your motion, it's hereby allowed.
Thank you.
All right.
The next and final Aqua rebuttal panel is the WISP panel of Shannon Becker and Lauren Mott Plummer. I believe both have been sworn.
Yeah, they've both been sworn previously. I guess remind you that you are continuing to be under oath as you provide your testimony.
Okay, understood. Good afternoon, Ms. Mott Plummer. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Lauren Ashley Rout Plummer, 202 McKeenan Court, Cary, North Carolina.
Mr. Becker, could you state your name and address for the record?
Shannon Becker, 202 McKeenan Court in Cary, North Carolina.
Did you cause to be filed WISP panel joint rebuttal testimony consisting of 82 pages and 6 exhibits on October 10th, 2025?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
We do not.
Okay. If I asked you the same questions that was in that pre-file testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
They would.
Did you cause to be filed a summary of your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. Is the summary accurate to the best of your belief?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask that the WISP panel joint rebuttal testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and the corresponding exhibits be marked for identification as set out in the pre-filed filing.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
I would also ask that the summary be moved into the record.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
Okay. The panel is available for cross.
Public staff has no cross for these witnesses.
Have no cross. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, we do have some commission questions here. And we're first going to deal with the PFAS project cost estimates. Okay. Now, on pages 52 through 55 of public staff witness Bata's testimony, she recommends using the average completed PFAS project cost of $211,495 to adjust the company's CIP PFAS project marker. The company maintained in their rebuttal testimony that the project costs are different. And in fact, in Exhibit 4, it projects a project cost of $421,798 on average. On pages 43 through 45 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that witness Bahada's estimates are incorrect for 2025 projects as they lack construction, administration, and construction oversight costs or final construction costs for the projects already completed. Now, does the company contest the actual spending amounts shown in public staff witness Bahada's Exhibit 6? And if I'm mispronouncing her name, then I apologize to her.
No, we don't contest what is shown through date. However, we contest that it is not complete. It is not a closed project.
Okay. Now, on page 43 of the company's rebuttal WISP panel testimony, it stated the 2025 projects are not considered closed and that the cost of projects are incomplete. Are the costs for the projects placed in service in 2024 considered complete?
They are.
Okay. So if those projects placed in service in 2024 are complete, I assume that all final costs have been added to them and any other costs that needed to be included as a part of those costs. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
All right. Now, there were also 6 other PFAS projects. Is that correct?
In which exhibit?
I believe those were ones that were completed earlier.
The ones in 2024?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, are all of those project costs reflected as being complete at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the average per project cost for PFAS projects completed in 2024 was $264,875.86 using the information presented within witness Bahada's Exhibit 6. Why does this average per project cost differ substantially from the company's planned per project cost of $421,788? And I think I know what your response will be, but if we could have it officially in the record.
Certainly. So the averaged cost for the Exhibit 4 that we were talking about includes a number of projects that aren't PFAS only. They are not just the modular design. They have other complexities that are included, and that's what increases the range. So they go from 315,000 to 650,000. And it also includes the project costs for SRF projects, which are more expensive because there are additional steps and milestones that are met to meet all the filing and requirements associated with the permits on those. The values that are shown here, these are the modular only designs. They're we went with the easier ones to go after to make sure that the modular design could effectively be constructed at a number of sites, whether it was in the central region or over in the mountains. They aren't all in one location. We have different settings, different topographies, different aquifers we're drawing from, and they've all been very successful. But those were the initial 6, was picking from each of the sites that had the least complex water quality and only required the PFAS modular box.
All right. Now, does the company contest witness Bahada's methodology for using historic in-service project costs for planned project cost estimations? And if so, what changes have occurred to make this methodology unacceptable?
There are 2 pieces to that. The first is that she's including both complete, closed, and not closed projects in that average, so they aren't fully capturing closed projects in the historic analysis. It's bringing the average down. The second would be by saying an average across every site that is getting PFAS mitigation, you're also bringing it down by not accounting for the project complexity in the different parts. So an average, is back of envelope calculations. I can present the 421,000 as an average, but if every project was graded, every PFAS site was graded on the 421,000, I would have some over by a considerable amount and some under by a considerable amount, depending on the site intricacies that are present.
And how long after a project is placed in service does it take for the contract administration and contract oversight cost and the final construction cost to be finalized? So about how long afterward a typical project is placed in service does it take for that to occur?
Depending on how many contractors are involved and how much offsite equipment, it's anywhere between 3 to 6 months. There are a lot of different vendors involved with these PFAS units, so there were several invoices that came in much later. The construction oversight as well had not been received as of date.
And have any construction administration or construction oversight costs or any other final construction costs for PFAS projects completed in 2025 been received by Aqua since filing their rebuttal testimony?
Subject to check. I would have to talk to I'd have to talk to my accountant.
You would have to talk to your accountant. So you're unable to answer that.
I am unable to answer.
All right. And within project cost estimation for future PFAS projects, such as those provided in rebuttal WISP panel Exhibit 4, are construction administration and construction oversight or other type of construction costs estimated
In the Exhibit 4?
in Exhibit 4? Yeah.
Yes, that it's the entirety of the project, including also the master planning.
All right. And are there any projects within Aqua's rebuttal WISP panel Exhibit 4 which are similar in project characteristics to the PFAS projects already placed in service? And if so, can you identify them?
The ones that have an estimated in-service cost of 315,000 are representative of the ones already placed in service. The ones with higher costs are more akin to the ones that are specifically the 660,000. Those will require a conventional building, and they're more like the Brookwood P34 that I believe witness Bada included a breakdown in her testimony, one of the exhibits as well. Which totaled 500,000 for the initial installation for the conventional building design.
Okay. We're going to move on to PFAS guard. And I know there was some discussion of it with the public staff. But on pages 32 through 36 of public staff witness Bahada's testimony, it discusses PFAS guard LLC and its relevance in this proceeding. In this testimony, the public staff notes the company said in a data request that Joe Parse is considered the primary designer of the modular PFAS system, that Mr. Parse was employed by Aqua North Carolina, Inc. from April 2018 to February 2024, and that he now serves as Senior Vice President of PFAS Guard. For other public staff data requests, Aqua stated that PFAS Guard would be marketing and selling the modular PFAS treatment system, and that PFAS Guard has applied for a patent, and that it is planned to provide Aqua North Carolina with $2,000 per system sold. Now, an agreement between Aqua North Carolina, PFAS Guard, and Chartwater LLC appears to contemplate one of the latter two companies paying Aqua North Carolina $2,000 per system sold. Will PFAS Guard or Clear Chartwater be paying this $2,000?
I don't believe specifically it was Chartwater that was going to pay that. The $2,000 comes from it was a conversation that was had when they were discussing what happens if we sell any of these. The PFAS Guard wasn't really a thought when we were actually developing this streamlined model. We had to do all that work regardless of whatever happened down the road. So PFAS card came out of it after the fact. And they said, well, let's just take it and let's see if we could do something with this secondary. So there's nothing formal in place documenting the $2,000. That'd be something that we could discuss with the public staff as things progressed. But to date, we have not sold a single unit from what I understand.
And what was it contemplated that $2,000 payment would represent? I mean, what exactly in character was it supposed to be in terms of the money coming back?
I think it was just, well, I wasn't actually part of those discussions. That was had by Mr. Pierce after he moved to corporate. And he runs our emerging contaminant group for all of the states. PFAS card is a separate entity. I believe it was just meant to be something to give back to the state since this thing was developed here. But again, it was incurred and it was going to have to be incurred, the costs incurred regardless of where it went beyond our use. So it's just a discussion.
Just a discussion. It wasn't considered to be like a royalty payment or some type of annuity as a result of the engineering and design all being done initially by somebody who was employed by Aqua, North Carolina.
I do not have a definition of what they actually thought it might be. I don't believe the services for PFAS guard have actually been even defined as to what will be the future, what they're going to do. Again, I'll say it's a template right now, PFAS guard, that doesn't have any activity under it.
All right. Did Aqua, North Carolina incur costs associated with the development of the modular PFAS treatment system currently being marketed for sale by PFAS guard?
There are differences between the modular unit that we are using, that we got the design we needed and we stopped and moved forward with our plans. What was done after the fact to make it a marketable product, I am not familiar with. I do understand that there are other contracts related to that for marketing and specific manufacturing purposes. But for the needs of our capital projects, we followed everything we needed to get the sizes that made sense for North Carolina. I have specific groundwater needs here, and that was the focus, and that was the initial background for why we were developing different components and different functionalities into the modular box unit that we're implementing today. It's based off of the experiences of my staff and my team and what we've learned in the industry.
Now, did Joe Parse receive a salary from Aqua, North Carolina for any portion of his time spent designing the modular PFAS treatment system?
Yes.
He was a full-time employee of Aqua, North Carolina before he was promoted to run the emerging contaminant program out of our corporate offices.
And were there other employees of Aqua, North Carolina that worked on it as well?
Yes, in the original design components, my staff and myself were involved in the parts necessary to mitigate PFAS in our state.
Can you identify who those persons were then?
I can. Brian Harris is my filter team supervisor. He is more of a field-based employee, so he has got 25 years of field experience as an Aqua employee and heater and prior. And he has 2 staff underneath him that are facility operators that have specialized in filters that also provided input based off of working on them day to day. I have a professional engineer, Andrew Norris, who's an engineer 2 underneath me. He was also instrumental in the development of this design in terms of what our standards already were for existing ion exchange and other filter systems and where we were wanting to take it to make it an implementable, how can I make 50 of these, 100 of these in a year versus, repeatable. We were looking at 10 to 12 iron and manganese systems prior to this, and now we're capable of treating, 80 sites in a calendar year. It's a huge difference, and the structure of this non-traditional design is a huge role in that.
And for PFAS Guard LLC, who owns an interest in that entity? I mean, is it solely owned? Well, maybe you can explain who owns an interest. That would be excellent if you know that information.
I'm not familiar with the formal legal filings of it, but I believe it's wholly owned by Essential. essentially.
It
used
is
as base.
wholly owned by Essential.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And does the patent pending with PFAS Guard for this modular PFAS system include any design components provided by Gil Parks during his time as an employee with Aqua, North Carolina?
It does.
It does. Okay. And to, are there others who contributed to those designs as well, or was he primarily the person?
Those previously mentioned were all involved with the base
You all
design.
involved? Okay, very good. And how does Aqua North Carolina intend to treat this $2,000 payment when the $2,000 payments actually began to flow to you? How will that be handled? Is there an intention to provide some form of benefit to ratepayers, or, I mean, what is it? What are the thoughts at this time about how that would be addressed?
Based on what I know, well, it's not a formal agreement yet, the $2,000, but if it were to come in and if it was determined that that $2,000 should go to the customers, it would probably be recorded as kayak or construction and native capital.
Okay.
I imagine, I'm theorizing.
All right. So it has not yet been determined at this time.
It's not something we've discussed because, again, we haven't sold a single unit. There's no formal agreement.
Within what time frame do you reasonably anticipate that the units might be marketed and successfully sold?
Well, they did send out some marketing materials. I can't remember exactly the time frame for it, and there wasn't much of a response at that time. I'm not exactly sure what proactive efforts to advertise the availability of this unit has been completed. So I don't really know when they would anticipate having funds coming in from the sales of those units.
Okay. And I guess the last question as it relates to PFAS Guard. Based upon the system that's been designed, I assume that there are other utilities that operate systems of similar size as the ones operated by Aqua, North Carolina, that would be ideal candidates to use this type of technology to address PFAS. So are there any ways in which PFAS Guard has gone out to try to market to similar or comparable systems or companies with similar systems?
I understand that they've attended several conferences with booths, but I don't know anything beyond.
The one other thing would be the proactive marketing material that they did send out to, I don't know if there was a size limit, but to other municipalities and smaller systems. I think there'd be municipal systems that are more rural. Again, it's more of it's a refined small footprint model that's used specifically for wells. It wouldn't be something you'd use for surface water. When they did send those marketing materials out, I just don't believe that they've had much of a response, and I don't know if there's been a follow-up to that, but it could likely be used for other systems that have a similar profile as we do, yes.
Okay. Let me move on to the conservation pilot program. On pages 81 through 82, you disagree that the tiered conservation rates in place for your Bay Leaf and Pebble Bay systems under the conservation pilot program should no longer be used. You note on page 82, lines 1 through 2, that water systems continue to be an issue of concern in these systems. Or excuse me, the water supply continues to be an issue of concern with these systems. And on lines 15 through 21 and lines 24 through 28, you refer to an analysis report by Black and Beck stating that the rates have effectively promoted water conservation. So could you clarify Aqua's position on this issue? Does it propose continuing the conservation pilot, or does it propose maintaining the current tiered rates in order to address water supply issues related to these systems?
I think they're both the same. We do recommend that the conservation rates be continued. I don't think it's any longer a pilot. I think that was terminated in the last order after a certain period of time. They extended it, but it terminated as, I can't remember, it was 12/31/23 or 24. But it's shown, Black and Veatch has shown in their reporting that we were required to do as a follow-up in the last order to report on the success of the conservation rates. So they did show that in these systems, and they concluded, and that's why those conclusionary statements are in there on page 81, that they're working. And if we wanted to continue and possibly even up the conservation, we could up the higher end of the rates. So I don't see any need when there is a capacity issue or a challenge, I should say, that why not, if they're working on conservation, why would we take that away? The revenue requirement's not affected one way or the other. This has an operational impact. And, a lot of the cost related to meeting the higher end of the capacity needs is driven by those customers who have that high use of irrigation, whether it's additional hydro tanks or an elevated tank or whatever it might be. So we don't see any need to remove it. If anything, leave it in place. We can continue to analyze it and show the impact. If anything, maybe down the road, we have to change the tiers to increase the higher end tiers, but we're open to that.
Have you contemplated expanding it to larger systems? The type of tiered structure?
We've thought about it. We didn't really do the analysis to figure out exactly where else it would be. When we did the pilot, actually, this was a recommended program by the commission several rate cases ago. And when we initiated this, we identified, there were 5 systems, I believe. One was on the coast in fairways. What came out of that is because their rates are so low, it was very difficult to create an impact at the higher tiers that would be high enough where we weren't giving away free water at the bottom. So the differentials just didn't exist. And anyway, there's a lot of other systems that do have high conservation that would benefit from conservation rates.
And in this sub 526 order, the commission approved the conservation pilot program for approximately 6,530 customers in 4 service areas. There was Arbor Run, Marion, Pebble Bay, and Bayleaf Master Systems. Are all those same customers and service areas included in Aqua's request in the current proceeding to continue the pilot program? And of course, I hear you now referring to it not as a pilot any longer, but I think the same question remains. And on pages 81 through 82 of your rebuttal testimony, your testimony addresses conservation rates for only Bayleaf and Pebble Bay service areas. And on page 82, lines 5 through 6, you refer to 2 service areas. Could you explain?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. You said on 81.
Yeah, on pages 81 and 82 of your rebuttal testimony, it addresses conservation rates for only Bayleaf and Pebble Bay service areas. And on page 82, lines 5 to 6, it refers to 2 service areas. Could you explain that?
If you can give me just a moment to read it, I actually see the reference to those systems specifically. Oh, it's in the question. Quite honestly, the question is obviously responding to the direct from the public staff. So I'm assuming here that maybe the public staff only mentioned Bayleaf and Pebble Bay. It should be all 4.
Should be all 4.
It should be all 4. I'm not exactly sure why that was left out, or if it was left out, and maybe we left it out when we were responding in the question, but there really should be no difference. Those systems have experienced source water capacity challenges, especially during irrigation months. So I'm not aware of any specific difference as to why there would be separate answer for Bayleaf and Pebble Bay versus the other 2.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move over to the performance-based metrics. In sub 573 order, the PBM described as timely completion of CIP projects was approved to evaluate the company's percentage of projects $200,000 or over in the approved WIS that are incomplete during the planned rate year on a company basis. Aqua proposes that the PBM associated with the timing completion of the CPI project should be a tracking metric only. Could you please discuss the merits of converting the timely completion of CPI projects from a penalty-based metric to a tracking metric?
You can start.
So the thought is here to identify an incentive or penalty based on accomplishing a certain objective or a commission policy. I think that's what part of the definition is of the WISP in the rule R117A. We're not opposed to a tracking. We're not opposed to being monitored, but we want to make sure that what we're being monitored on is relevant to what we're trying to accomplish in meeting our goals and our mission every day, which is serving the customer the best we can in a safe, reliable, effective manner, cost-effective manner. I don't think that metric, the way it stands, at least the way we interpret it, it's very myopic in the fact that it looks at 1 year. And as was discussed in earlier testimony, we have to be extremely flexible. So we're always looking to finish or the plan that we present. We're always looking to complete those. Those are still targets. But sometimes things come up where you need to be flexible, and we don't want to create an incentive that is going to pervertedly incent us to meeting a metric at the possible expense of doing what's best for the customer. So the way the metric stands right now, we just don't think that an incentive or a penalty should be applied to that metric as it stands.
And it should just be used for tracking purposes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in rate year 1 and rate year 2, Aqua's project completion rate was 66.7% and 35.7% respectively. In the current rate case, if the commission approves the timely completion of CIP projects metrics to a tracking metric, what incentive would Aqua have to improve its project completion rates in the second WISP?
All of the projects listed in the second WISP provide operational and environmental and public health benefits to our customers. We take that very seriously. So everything that has been identified, whether it's hydro tank replacements, main replacements, all of those are intended to reduce truck rolls, to improve the longevity of our infrastructure. Kicking the can down the road for all of those projects wouldn't be a benefit to Aqua's operations or its customers. So we have to continue to address these capital needs year in and year out. Whether it's a tracking metric or a incentivized or penalized metric, the end goal is providing the best water that we can to our customers. And I don't foresee that changing. I think that the CIP presented this time is actually very dynamic. I'm very proud of what I've put together. I'm pretty pleased with how it's comprehensive across water and wastewater investment. It looks at a lot of different things in a lot of different ways, and some of that's my background. I didn't start as a utility engineer. I came from the outside, so there's a lot there that really hones in on the heart of the situation of how do we keep our infrastructure going for the next 50 years. And we can't stop moving forward on that.
Can you explain how a tracking metric only would be effective in achieving Aqua's goal of timely completion of its CIP projects?
I think the metric, when it was initially proposed, it wasn't one of our original proposed in the last rate case with the public staff, and we collaborated and we had settlement discussions afterwards and agreed upon the 17 metrics that exist there. When we initially put this together, we were proposing that almost all of them be tracking to allow us time to say, well, is 10% relevant? Is it 15? Should it be 30? Because right now we have a 10%, I think it's 10%, right? In the first year, maybe it's 20 and then 30.
10, 20, 30.
So those are just numbers that were put out there. We don't really know what the relevance of those are. Does that mean that we're effective or ineffective in our service? Absolutely not. I think what we do, we have to be flexible. And when you're looking at just one piece of it, I think the tracking, it's interesting to know if you continue to track it, we might see some trends that, hey, you know what? Maybe we do need to modify something because we're seeing a trend here that doesn't work and there's a negative impact.
Well, we did modify, and that's something that's actually happened in the current CIP. So some of the bigger projects, which this is only looking at the biggest projects, the 200,000 is
And
an
above.
arbitrary value. Those all require additional permitting. They all have much more complex project deliverables than the projects that are under 200,000. That's not to say that they're the most critical changes we have. I have plenty of $50,000 projects and $100,000 projects that without them, we wouldn't have water in our communities. So we've hyper-focused on these $200,000 and more projects that we're looking at, but they're also the ones that are most subject to having issues with critical milestones. We were talking about how everything has to go through permitting. I think that everybody is aware that it used to be a very quick 30-day turnaround for water projects, and we've seen over 6 months in many cases in the recent years. So there's a lot of other challenges that cannot be projected or forecast out. I was a plan review employee, the same as Witness Bada was, and it was 30 days or it went red, and I remember it very clearly. And times have changed, and so we're having to adapt to those changes, but it was that way for years, and we could not have forecast that it had gone from 30 days to 6 months in a review. So that's a unaccounted for delay in a project that impacts virtually every water project on that list. Went from a 30-day projected forecast for permitting turnaround to 6 months, and you can't catch up 6 months on a project looking at a calendar year. It's not achievable.
Sure. When Aqua postpones a particular project in one rate year to a future year, does that increase cost for the project? How is it addressed? How do they go about handling it? Can you explain?
In most instances, the postponed projects, it's because we've identified a secondary component that needs to be addressed as well. So it'll be, for instance, I have the Brookwood Radium projects. They're actually going to be co-treated with the PFAS at the same time. So we are going to maximize the use of the engineer and the contractor with one mobilization, one engineering contract to do that one project at the same time. So it may be at a future year, but I am now taking 2 engineering budgets and smashing them into one. So it'll be an increase on the later year project, but it'll be less overall than the 2 separate individual projects.
Thank you. Now, in the current rate case, Aqua has proposed an additional WIS-driven performance-based metric tracking mechanism titled In-Service Capital by Rate Year. This metric would look at the in-service dollars in the capital investment plan attributable to both the planned capital projects, kind of the PCP, and the corrective capital plan at the end of each rate year. Can you describe some of the various project categories that fall under either PCP or CCP?
I'll start with the CCP, or the corrective capital projects. Those are the page 67. Those are typically the emergency or unplanned projects for main breaks, for pump failures, things that we have to immediately replace to get back into service. They aren't modifications to the permit, they're quick like-for-like replacements. That's all based off of historical basis analysis, where I looked at the last 5 years for spend in the same categories and the same rate entities and projected where the trends were based off of existing labor and materials. They were previously flat. They are now following the market trends. So that's a change for the CCP. The PCP, however, is the planned corrective capital. That's when we're talking about the CIP, I think that comes up most often because those are the flashy projects with big names. And those have been captured in a way that they're shown in the timely completion, they're shown in the completion on budget metrics, but they are only looking at the $200,000 or more. So I mentioned hydro tanks earlier. Hydro tanks are typically about $95,000, but they're critical storage for all of our water systems. We're projected to replace 34 of them. Those aren't ever captured in the original metrics, the timely completion or the completion on budget, because they're less, they're not 200,000, but we want to have that captured. Those are appropriate projects. That is appropriate capital being spent. We are doing a good job of managing everything overall, but it's not being shown necessarily by focusing on that $200,000 and more. And there were a lot of changes made in the CIP to help facilitate this.
But there would be PCP projects that are in excess of 200,000.
This would look at everything holistically.
Right. But most of the CCP ones are more or less unplanned projects that you're taking on.
CCP are unplanned.
Completely
that's
unplanned.
whether it's from a inclement weather or, a surprise aging infrastructure. Occasionally we'll have other things that pop up that are surprises. But that's, as a whole, it'll be equipment that fails before its expectable end of service life. That sort of.
And those are based on our historic experience.
Historical experience.
Yes.
Are there times when a PCP project might shift over to the other category, to a CCP, or would it, but due to the change in the nature, character, and the type of the project, or?
Typically, no. The planned projects typically require permitting, or they're of a level that it is a multiple stages. So like the coating projects that we do for our wastewater treatment plants to recoat the surfaces, those projects, they're repairing the existing infrastructure, but I have to make all the necessary requests to the state to make sure that they understand that we're going to have to haul flow away from this facility so we can do those repairs. So they can't just be done overnight. Whereas most of the corrective capital are the late night calls that it's always Christmas. It's always the weekend, Labor Day. I feel like it's like a hot button. But it's all people are home, right? So that's when I notice things. So that's kind of, it's more of they're planned because they require planning. They can't just be done tomorrow, whereas the others, we don't have a choice. We have to do it tomorrow.
Well, I think you've distinguished the way the silos work pretty clearly. Now, on pages 36 to 37 of the public staff's joint testimony of Fajada, Boswell, Faisal, and Hauser, the public staff stated that Commission Rule R-117A subsection 1 provides that Aqua may petition the commission to consider the addition of projects related to unplanned emergencies, including environmental compliance projects, which address risk of noncompliance with primary drinking water or effluent standards during the term of the WIS for commission approval. The public staff also stated that Aqua has not utilized its ability to bring forth unplanned emergency projects. Instead, Aqua appears to have chosen the path of reprioritizing existing projects on its own to address primary contaminant issues as they appear, and Aqua has not provided documentation showing the projects from and to which funding was reallocated. Aqua disagrees with the public staff's statement by saying that it is unreasonable. Can you explain why this approach is unreasonable?
Could you please clarify where the reference was?
Sure. Let me go back. I think the initial reference was to on pages 36 and 37 of the public staff's joint testimony. I was dealing with Rule R1-17A.
Thank you.
And I think the gist of it is, why you feel the approach recommended by the public staff is an unreasonable approach.
So as we were talking earlier related to the timely completion metric, it was very much, if it says Wesley Acres, the treatment facility needs to be at Wesley Acres. If it says Bon Air, it has to be at Bon Air. In the instance that we're talking about here, I could have a primary MCL contaminant at 4 times the MCL, which would be an immediate notice of violation. Well, I have to wait until I have a named project so that I can put that project in the list. That could delay when it would be appropriate for us to go and do the construction for such a project, because it's not identified as part of the approved WISP qualifying projects over $200,000. Whereas the project that was already planned, they may have been in excess of 75% of the MCL and trending towards it, but they weren't an immediate acute violation. So historically, we would take and postpone the one that is not an immediate health risk to those customers and prioritize the one that's already 4 times the MCL, because that is a priority from, both regulatory and for public health and understanding for our customers. So that's the path that I'll stick to, because that is how I approach public health and safety, that those customers have a greater need at that time.
And that's why the reprioritization would take place.
Yes.
And you would immediately shift gears and move to that because it's more impactful to health and safety.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, on page 45 of the public staff's joint testimony of Bahada, Boswell, Faso, and Hauser, the public staff stated that since Aqua knows that SRF funding timelines are most compatible with projects greater than $1 million with a timeline of 3 to 5 years, Aqua should be seeking funding for projects in the latter rate years to best match the time frame suitable for SRF funding. Does Aqua agree with the public staff's assessment? And if you do, or if you don't, please explain why in detail.
So there are multiple SRF funding programs. Some are for construction and some are for studies. Some are for inventories. The ones that are for construction do have the longer set of milestones. There are multiple tags that we have to hit. There are multiple submittals that have to be made by the consultants and by the owners, whether it's to, we actually have to submit to the LGC because the SRF programs are run through the LGC and not NCUC, which that's exciting because we were the first ones in and they didn't know what to do with us. But there are other pieces that go through, identifying that it's projects greater than $1 million. That's based off the experiences in this last multi-year rate plan. The projects that are under 200 million, the handling fees that you have to do to do all the different engineering steps in the extra bid process, that is beyond what we normally do, and that incurs extra costs on those projects. So the value added from using the SRF is almost surely negated by having the application and preparing the application and following all the different procedures and protocols related to the SRF program. So we prefer to stay over the $1 million. That's where it's more cost effective. And also we're trying to focus on programs that have the intended use policies and plans that are more suitable to the systems that we're trying to promote. So emerging contaminants, obviously we've had very good success with that. We've actually hit the limit at 10 million. As an applicant, we've already hit the $10 million grant limit for principal forgiveness. We were able to also get a $500,000 study grant in the last funding cycle, but we're kind of running out of road there. We've also had similar success with the lead service line inventory work. Those are not construction projects, so they have a much faster turnaround. We were able to do the work and get the approvals for the engineering reports in a calendar year. But those are very specialized programs. There's also a Hurricane Helene program that we understand has recently been opened to investor-owned utilities, which is great news for all of us. That I do not know how that's actually going to implement from a letter of intent to fund, because I do not yet have a letter of intent to fund from that program to know what the actual layout will be, if it'll be similar to the lead service line or more like the traditional drinking water that has typically a 1.5 year lead up until you can get to bid documents.
Very good. Let me shift on to one additional issue.
Okay.
Dealing with alternative funding strategies for PFAS projects. one of the revisions to the emerging contaminants funding program is the imposition of one application limit on construction projects for each future funding round. In addition, for fiscal years 22 through 26, an award cap of $5 million for the emerging contaminants fund with a cap of $10 million is to be administered. How does the imposition of a one application limit on construction projects for each future funding round affect Aqua's funding strategies for its PFAS projects?
So for PFAS, we've already highlighted the most disadvantaged of our rate entities, which was Brookwood. I now have captured all of those in the applications to date. And that's where I got the bulk of the 10 million. That was the focus. We wanted to highlight the communities that were most sensitive to rate increases, which would be Brookwood, just because they're disadvantaged. As we move forward and look at other areas, you have the best chance of being funded by targeting the disadvantaged communities because they rank higher against the intended use plan. I could submit 4 projects in Bayleaf, but it is highly unlikely they'd get funded because they don't represent a disadvantaged community. And they also have multiple water supplies. So single well systems that are considered extremely disadvantaged as a Justice 40 tract. Those are the systems that we've had to focus on just to maximize the benefits so that if we do submit an application, it has a high chance of hitting the funding line in terms of where the scores are. Typically, you need to be above a 45 to be in the consideration for the actual funding.
Okay. Now, for fiscal years 2022 through 2026, the award cap per project is $5 million, and the cap per applicant is $10 million. How does this revision affect Aqua's SRF funding during rate year 1 of the current WIS rate case?
So we will be highlighting non-emerging contaminant projects. As it stands, the emerging contaminant projects that I had funding for awarded in April 2023 to date are not in the field. We had to go and have them readjusted. So the bids, no one bid, we had no bids. We had to go back in and get the 4 projects that are under that funding opportunity split into 4 separate bid packages. That has to get approved by DWI, and then it can go back out to public bid. So I have still not got a project in the field and contracted from the original April 2023 projects by following the system that's been set in place for DWI. Typically, the DWI projects are, the Fayetteville PWC is like $65 million. It's a very large project that very large contractors are interested in. These are sub $1 million projects in most instances, and they are not as desirable from the same contracting group. So we're trying to get the word out that, you too can be a contractor for SRF funding. But it has been a challenge. So, looking at the emerging compounds and where the actual schedules lie, with already being at 10 million in terms of the principal forgiveness, we'll still be paying attention to those opportunities, but I am also making long-term plans on how can I maximize SRF in other areas of our infrastructure.
All right. And are you aware of any award caps for fiscal years 2027 moving forward?
None at this time.
Okay. Very good. Let me look to see if there are other questions from commissioners. Commissioner Comerwright will recognize her first, and Commissioner Tucker and Commissioner Vanderbar.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. I'm starting off with
Your microphone.
Thank you. I just have a few questions, starting off with the SRF metric. And I think you were in the room when Public Staff Witness Hauser testified earlier today, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. And I wanted to get clarification. His understanding was that Aqua had not applied to the state revolving fund for funding prior to the establishment of this SRF metric. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. There was a project, I want to say, was it 2015?
I believe
It
it was
predated.
early 2012, 2013, 14, where we did apply for one. I believe it was for a meter reading project, actually in Fayetteville as well, or our Brookwood rate entity.
And was Aqua awarded funds from the SRF for that project?
I believe so. I have between $1 and $2 million is stuck in my head, but I'm not positive if that was the amount. That amount's been paid off.
Just to make sure that the record is clear. So prior to this metric, there was one application that Aqua had made. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple of questions about the metric involving the timely completion of capital projects. And of course, it's important, I think, speaking for the commission, that the CIP is as accurate as is reasonably possible. And so what I want to have a better understanding about is based upon the knowledge and the information that Aqua has gained from this past WSIP. What is the appropriate level or the achievable level of completion of projects for rate years 1, 2, and 3 from those that are proposed or planned? Like what is reasonably achievable? Our metric right now is 10%, 20%, and 30% for rate years 1, 2, and 3. And if the commission were to keep incentives and penalties in place, what is your position about what's achievable?
Sure, Shannon. Thank you.
I'll answer second.
You know, I think that with the changes that we have made, we will be certainly closer to the original 10, 20, and 30% metrics. I'm hoping to be, 30% in the rate year 3. I'm definitely feeling very favorable about. I'm actually feeling very good about where I'm at in the current rate year 3. But looking at where things are, you looked at me. I think that, I can understand we're coming at like 15 or 20% would be a much more reasonable starting point versus the 10%. Especially when you start looking at rate years where you only have, say, 30 or 40 projects that are in that range. 4 projects is enough to move the needle on it, and it doesn't take much to get 4 projects that have either been impacted by inclement weather or, should we have another issue related to equipment procurement, that would certainly be a big thing. I mean, having the ability to swap forward and back in other projects in the rate year where it's not, well, it was listed in rate year 2, you can't do it until rate year 2. That would certainly be a benefit. For instance, this year I ordered 2 pieces of equipment. One was supposed to be here this year, which was a screen, and the other was a set of membranes that I was told was not going to arrive for 40 weeks, which was going to be next year. And that was fine. I had budgeted for that appropriately. And then I get a call from the port that my membranes have already arrived and you need to come pick them up. And then the next day I get a call from the fine screen manufacturer to tell me that they are 30 weeks behind. So it worked out very well that I can switch those back and forth. They're both wastewater projects. But that's, the projections we were receiving from the vendors did not line up to the actual arrival date of the equipment. And I can't just leave membranes sitting in a warehouse where I'm voiding warranty because it's just sitting in a warehouse and not being used and useful. So we didn't delay. We went ahead and installed those. They were due for installation. And then the screen, when the screen arrives, we'll be putting that in service. The needs for those facilities, they're still there. Whether it happened by September of this year or January of next year, the need hasn't changed on those. And I'm not intending to remove them or shelving them because it happened after December 2025.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, just real quick. I think that's why I'm recommending, not a thing, I know that's why I'm recommending that this be a tracking only. We're still developing what's good, what's bad, what's ugly, right? So to track it, we can then identify, well, what is a reasonable percentage? And I think as we've been talking about, it's when you're looking at just what's completed in a year for projects of a certain size, whether it's 40 projects a year, 4 of those projects move, you already got 10%, right? And we're not talking about hundreds of projects. So it's going to vary, what's the appropriate level? It's hard to say. I think, Lauren had just said that maybe 20% is 15, 20%. but it's going to vary. And again, that was the intent of identifying a tracking to give us a little bit more history than just a 3-year period where we're just learning everything and we're working through the reporting and figuring out what do these PBMs, what are we exactly measuring? What's allowed? Can we move things or not? And well, I'll save the rest.
Okay, so follow-up question about that. So the issue is before the commission. I don't know how the commission is going to be deciding, but assuming for sake of argument that we take the public staff's position that tracking is not appropriate and we want to keep the penalty incentive structure in place. And then also just assuming that we were to agree that net movement over the course of the WSIP period is appropriate, what would be the appropriate threshold for completion of projects for net movement over the course of the WSIP for a penalty structure, incentive penalty structure, in Aqua's position?
Well, I think there's already the safety net of the earnings test. If we don't spend what was in the WISP, we would likely over-earn. And there was a lot of discussion earlier about, well, it's in the WISP, and if we don't do that project, well, we're getting rates on that project and we shouldn't be. What's not been discussed is that we spent $54 million more than what was in the WISP, and none of those projects were determined to be imprudent. So, we can front load or back load, and, Mr. Hauser was saying that we could front load all these things. All of those projects, small, big, medium, they were all determined prudent. We have not seen in any of the rebuttal or the testimony from the public staff where they've called out any project as being imprudent over the last 3.5 years because and I say 3.5 because, well, it was 3.25. The bridge year from the first year was included in this scope of audit. So if we're just considering the WISP, if I move out $2 million of a project and I finish that next year, yeah, I may be getting, that project has $2 million of rates incorporated. But we've done, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, I think the first year we did more like 2 million, and there is a schedule, it's in one of our testimonies, that shows how much we've spent in capital, prudent capital, each of those years, which more than makes up for the rates that we've been allowed. In fact, it's additional lag. And for lag, as soon as that item goes in service, so let's say it was $2 million for that rate year one, as soon as that $2 million goes in service, it's depreciating. That asset's going to depreciate in rate year one, rate year two, and rate year three. It's not in rates. And we talk about rates recovery. You're not recovering that. That's lost. That depreciation that happens is lost. That is going to a bank, borrowing money for a house for principal, and them saying, don't worry about it for the next 3 years. Not only the interest, you don't have to pay me principal. That depreciation is lost value. So the shareholders are already paying that, right? And that's why we have the dilution of our ROE and why we have to come back in.
Okay, so that brings up I want to get a fuller response about public staff witness Hauser's concern about without the incentive penalty structure that Aqua could front load those very expensive projects in year one. Provide your response to his concern.
Well, in the current CIP, I actually separate the bigger projects into multiple phases. So I've actually broken up these big multi-million-dollar projects into multiple smaller phases that are achievable in the timeframes to help improve our ability to hit those metrics. But also, there were lessons learned in the current CIP. 2 of the big projects that were in the hold category for waiting were the elevated storage tank that needed additional redesign to meet coastal permits for those requirements, and then the Neuse Colony wastewater treatment plant expansion. Both of those are very large investments, and it's not something that you can just move. It happens as it goes, but we incurred a lot of construction and progress costs while we were getting to the finish line on them. And they both took over 1.5 years.
I'd add the credibility of what we're presenting as our WISP with the timeframes, using the PBM1 as a tracking metric. You would see that. We provide quarterly reporting in our current WISP required filings, annual reporting and quarterly reporting. We provide updates of everything we're working on that's open to discovery. So the WISP provides tremendous amount of additional transparency that we had not had before. Proactive, we're reporting in advance, what have we completed, what are we planning to complete, and when is it going to be complete? And we continue to work on the reports so they're more useful to the public staff and to the commission or to whoever wants to use them. But when you're front loading, you would see if we were or weren't over time, how much did you actually put out there and what did you actually do? But the back end of it, again,
This is the table we're looking.
we have the safety net of if we front load and we don't do that quantity or maybe those specific projects, there's likely to be over earning. And if we're able to actually pull other projects forward, the projects we pull forward have been determined to be prudent. So that's how I would respond.
Okay, and I think I just have two more questions, but this is also a concern that Public Staff Witness Hauser mentioned, but with multi-year rate making, the commission is making an upfront determination about projects that are reasonable to be approved before they're constructed and placed in service. So that is a benefit to the utility. And I'll paraphrase Public Staff Witness Hauser's concern is that we have, we're allowing these projects, rates to go in place before the projects are necessarily put into service. And that these projects that are determined to be needed for the customers and needed for the system, if they are not constructed during the time frame that they were expected to be in the rate year, then customers are already paying rates for those projects and the depreciation. And so there would be a detriment or harm to the customers with this prospective rate making that we're doing. Can you respond to that concern?
Well, and I think that's what I was just talking about was it wouldn't be a detriment because there are other projects that more than make up the value, other prudent projects that may have taken the place of that one or have been pulled forward that were in the WISP. So there is no detriment to the consumer. At the end of the day, there's still that safety net of the ROE test.
Right.
That if we don't do that capital investment, we'll likely over earn. And if we over earn, we'll have to give that money back.
Right. And so I understand about substitution of projects maybe from later years in the WISP. But what about projects that have not been approved in the CIP in the WISP that could be brought in and constructed that were not approved as part of the CIP?
I will speak to that.
Yeah.
You know, it comes down to if I do have a primary contaminant concern in a community, I will treat that. And I would hope that other systems would notice if something happens in my drinking water supply, Aqua is prepared to go ahead and deal with it now instead of pushing it off to a later year. We take it very seriously. I take it very seriously. That I don't want to wait. I don't want to put those customers at more risk than is necessary. It wasn't identified, but that doesn't mean the need isn't real and that it isn't prudent and that the customers are experiencing public health risks that we don't find acceptable at Aqua. So, you know, that's my viewpoint on that. The same goes for any of the other responses that we may have to put in place. If we find a sudden failing of infrastructure, we're going to have to pivot to address that. But as a consumer, I would hope that if that happened in my community, I would want someone to pivot and help my community.
Okay.
So that's my kind of thought on it.
And this will be my last question, but I can anticipate what the public staff's response to your answer would be. And I think the public staff would say, well, there is a mechanism by making an emergency request of substitution of projects. Why is that not a sufficient procedural safeguard for Aqua to handle it in that respect?
The general mechanism for that, my understanding, was for much larger statewide projects where if I needed to move funding from a wastewater to a water or water to wastewater, they aren't the same rate entities. It does not make the same, consumer. It's not the same consumer populations. We would be entering because something massive. I hope we don't have another Helene because that certainly was massive. Where we have to stop everything to fix this. That was my understanding of the point of that mechanism. It's not for the smaller, well, this system needs radium today and this system can wait another month to make that swap. felt that it was necessary for larger scale needs that would have impact broader communities in the entire state.
And if I may add to that, one of the benefits of having a WISP is predictability and stability of rates, right? To control rate shock, prevent it, well, to control, mitigate it. If we were to maintain the WISP 100%, we assign that to a team and just say, okay, I don't care what comes up, I don't care what hurricanes come up, finish that WISP as close as you can to exactly how it was scheduled. Now that is what's in our rates, that makes up our rates. If we came in for every supplemental item through rate year 2, it looks like it's 13 million through rate year 2, and that's in our testimony on page 64 of 82, showing how much more we've spent above the WISP. If we took that 13 million and came in and said, well, we need additional rates on this, and there is an allowance that it can be above that 5% cap even in years 2 and 3, I'm going to raise the rates up. Now, I'm using our expertise and knowledge and awareness as to, can we push some things? We're always trying to be prudent. Rates are something that we're always concerned about. I have a lot of capital that we can spend. We can make the rates go up very quickly, but we're really trying to temper that. So if there's other projects that are even included in the WISP, that we might say, well, let's push this off to a year after the WISP or whatever that may be, because we had to do all these other things. It's helping temper that additional rate increase that would result from us coming in for that emergency provision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKissick. Just to go back and take a look back and try to dovetail into a conclusion on this CAP program. You've had so many questions about it. First of all, appreciate you guys hanging with us and letting us ask you the questions and go through this. Mr. Becker, are you aware of the response from public staff about your submission or contention that you were going to put in place a CAP program? It was just a couple pages. It was in Ms. Boswell's testimony, I believe.
Yeah, it was small.
I'll help you with it, and then we can go from there. First of all, their response for your submission of a CAP program was no. And they thought that the $75,000 was on such a small scale that it appears it would not have a meaningful impact on lowering cost and uncollectible expense. So that's their position. And then they also said that you didn't have the methodology to test whether or not the program would be successful for bad debt or uncollectible expense or lower the cost associated with non-payment. They just did not feel that they had enough data or information that was available. And thirdly, they said that the implementation cost, I believe you stated that you were going to get $75,000 from the antenna revenue, and then a lady at corporate or someone that works for you was going to handle the program. Is that correct?
The $75,000 will come out of antenna revenues, and then our lady at corporate is a director who runs all of our state programs where they exist. But it's actually Dollar Energy who would be facilitating the project. She would be helping coordinate everything, but Dollar Energy would be running it.
All right. You were here for the last rate case in 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't want it to shake the walls, but if what I'm about to read to you sounds like an echo, you're just going to have to accept that fact. In 2022, you guys testified, Aqua testified about the CAP program that you had. And the answer then was no, don't implement the program, just like it is today, 3 years later. And then they further estimated that the 5% that you were going to use for antenna revenue was too small and would not have a meaningful impact on uncollectibles. Echo number 2. And then finally, not finally, but on as we move on, there were estimates about what the customer's arrears were, which you disagreed with at $157 from Ms. Darden. And so most of the responses and Dollar Energy Fund was mentioned in your testimony. So that's echo number 4. And then we get over here to discussions and conclusions in your testimony, which were Becker, Hacker, Kellett, and Melton. You state that the commission must understand the benefits of the program that it will provide, the cost of the program to ratepayers, and the way in which the proposed cap would be implemented. Echo number, I'm getting lost here, 5. And then the commission agrees with the public staff that Aqua's current proposal is underdeveloped and needs refinement. Mr. Baldwin was on the stand previously, and I think he was asked by public staff, and his response was, we don't have anything formally. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, if someone gets in the arrears, then they go into a category where they may need to have some self-help, which is kind of what you proposed in 22. So, the other things that they ask you for in 22, from where I sit, having been here only 2 years, it looks to me like you basically ignored what the commission asked you to do about the development of a CAP program, which means that number 1, they said an assessment of the number of Aqua customers is needed to using the program's eligibility and criteria. Now, Mr. Baldwin said you report quarterly what's behind whoever's in the arrears. So, I mean, and I think public staff pointed out 1,103 in the arrears, another 2,028 on public staff due. I'm sure she can pull them up. I was just trying to write it as fast as she said. Anyway, the assessment of the number of Aqua customers in need based on the arrears data. She's given you the data that's there. And then number 3 was the assessment of the number of Aqua customers the program can assist, considering arrears data and the program funding. And then a discussion of similar programs used by Aqua affiliates, which you mentioned the lady at corporate who runs all of your affiliates. So you had access to that information. Then the commission asked for a discussion outlining the ways in which the proposed CAP program will work alongside other need-based programs like LIHE. And then number 8 is a detailed description of the proposed CAP benefits, included but not limited to estimates of expected reduced costs associated with the disconnections, reconnections, debt collection activities, and bad debt. And earlier you said, well, we can go out and make a trip in the truck. It comes on Labor Day. It comes on Christmas when they're out of gas. It's probably on overtime. And you said, if I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, it'd be about $50 or $60. Well, I ran a bunch of service trucks. So you got fuel costs, you got this depreciation, you got the hourly wage, you got your insurance cost of the vehicle, you've got the Social Security match for that driver, you've got the Medicare match for that driver, and I can go on and on, your unemployment insurance. It's more than $50 to ride out there. So this seems to me, from where I sit, you've absolutely ignored what the commission asked you to do, because if you had done this prior to this rate case, and I get PFAS is number 1, and Ms. Plummer does a great job outlining the projects, and Commissioner McKissick's been very thorough in what he's asked and all that, but the CAP program, a lot of people want it. A lot of people say they need it. Evidently from public staff, you have a situation where it needs to get done. So what have I missed here? And should, from where I sit, am I correct in my statement that you have ignored what the commission had asked you to do 3 years ago? And now we're echoing the same questions, the same criteria for you to get an approval on a CAP program. What have I missed?
So we have exactly responded to the commission's request 3 years ago in our petition, which is under sub 3631. That application, it's the petition for approval of customer assistance program, goes through the 11 items that the public staff's position wasn't all those 11 items from what I remember. Their position on this is they don't want it to be customer funded. I don't think they've had a whole lot other than, well, you don't have enough of this, and you don't have enough of that, and therefore no. The foundation is they do not want it to be customer funded.
Okay.
So under the sub 631, we've addressed all 11, and there's paragraph numbers with each of the 11 that walks through addressing each of those questions that the commission did answer. So we have addressed that.
Okay.
Just a refinement, the $50 to $60 that I mentioned the other day, when I put that together, you're absolutely right. All of those costs go into it, but those are also sunk costs. The regular pay of that operator, I'm not going to hire another operator to go do a shut off for this customer. So what I calculated was based on an overtime rate. So it was I'll say a generic, but it was based on the overtime impact, which was not fully burdened with those other costs that are already being paid for by having that operator employed. So you're right. It's that cost fully burdened for anything else would be much higher, but the 50 was more of an incremental considering the savings in overtime. And I think I did mention that it was more about it's saving a half an hour. I can't remember if we estimated a half an hour for each one of these, but it saved a little bit of overtime because it would pull that operator away from doing his normal job that he would do during regular time. The numbers that were talked about earlier, we talked about the $75,000. That $75,000, we went back and forth. I mean, should it be 200? Should it be 500? Part of why we're suggesting that this be a pilot is to give us that experience. And it's $75,000, I would say annually, to use for the next 75, 75, and 75 for the next 3 years. And when I was talking to Ms. Black, who is our director for this area, we don't know what the experience rating is going to be. And if you look at page 5 in the CAP filing, which I'm not sure if it's
over here.
So under the original sub 631 filing on page 5, we talk about the arrearages that Mr. Baldwin was referring to. And I'll digress just a moment. Mr. Baldwin was referring to the report that was required as part of the
Quarterly.
I'm sorry.
Is it quarterly?
I think it's a monthly report that was requested by the commission to be completed when we had COVID. You know, trying to figure out what the impact of COVID is because we voluntarily delayed all shutoffs for, I don't know if it was 9 or 12 months. We wanted to understand what that negative impact would be to customers. So we continued that reporting, and that's what Mr. Baldwin was referring to. And we used those reports to help pull together some of our understanding in our proposal here. But if you do go to page 5, we indicate that the company reviewed the monthly customer disconnect activity in 2024, noting that 846 unique residential accounts were disconnected and remained without water service for at least 48 hours. And that's what Mr. Baldwin was referring to. We further say, 2 sentences or a sentence down, Aqua NC additionally calculated an average amount due of $284.99 and past due of $208. On the following page, we make a reference that under the Low Income Housing Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, that program highlighted this challenge of engaging eligible populations, and that program was serving only 20% of the eligible households. So we have an idea of, it gave us something to look at. So if you take 20% of the 846 that we identified initially on the prior page, that leaves about 170 customers. If you apply the 170 times the past due amount, which was 285, that's the higher amount. 285 times 170 is 48,222. We're proposing $75,000. The eligibility may be higher than 20%, maybe 40%, we're still very close at 75,000. All we're asking is that, well, we would like to present an opportunity to the commission to approve something so we can put it in place. Let's get the experience under our belt. Let's see what happens, right? $75,000, I think, is a pretty good start. Are we catching everything? That's based on a couple metrics? Probably not.
Okay.
But that's what I think a pilot's going to allow us to do.
Okay, and that's great that you've gone through that exercise. Why is, I think you keep your ear close to the ground pretty well on what goes around this commission.
Try to.
And there are other entities that have agreed to use stockholder funding to pay for the pilot program and or a ongoing program. Why are you're saying, if I heard you correctly, that because you wouldn't use any stockholder money, stockholder funding, that produced a dead stop to talk about CAT with public staff? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, it's just, it's never really been discussed as typically it's part of a full settlement.
We're discussing it now.
We are, yes, sir.
We are discussing it now.
Now, the shareholder, we are under earning. I heard, I think it was Ms. Boswell who said earlier about part of the benefit of investors buying utilities is the guaranteed return. There is no guaranteed return. Look at our last ROE from 12/31/24. I think it was 7.5%. We are not earning our authorized ROE. Now we have in a couple entities, but globally and as part of Aqua, we are not. So it's usually part of a settlement discussion where we know, okay, listen, we would like, let's change PBM 1 or 2 or 8 or whatever. And it's kind of just a discussion and exchange of gives and takes. And that's when it usually comes about.
Okay, so can you, can you file, a late exhibit that takes everything in consideration with stockholder funding and get a concrete number of what it really actually cost, and some finality to what the public staff and you can look at with Mr. Baldwin's help, and look at your arrears and all of those and put it together and file that so you can have that earnest discussion and you can implement a pilot program by using stockholder funding?
I think it would have to come as part of a docket to change anything that gets decided here. And I should mention that any amounts that are contributed, first, bad debt is an expense from unpaid customers that goes into rates. Customers are paying for it today. So if it gets funded, customers are funding it today. You're almost just moving it where you're giving customers a little bit of confidence and maybe saving some embarrassment of not having to pay their light shut off or water shut off. But it's just moving the money actually from one customer funded bad debt program to an actual proactive process that would allow people to potentially avoid cutoff. To answer your question, to go outside of this docket and work with, I'm happy to talk with the public staff about it, but I don't know if we'll be able to come to an agreement as to how it's going to be funded.
So I guess we'll be back here 3 years from now.
Well, unless the commission orders that an amount be included in this case.
Well, okay. That's your parameters. We'll try to get inside those parameters, and public staff's heard your comments and my request. The pilot program is not finality. It's not funding forever. Other companies have used stockholder funding to initiate a pilot program.
100% agree. And it's almost always, in our
and,
experience, been part of settlement discussions as part of the rate case settlement.
Yeah.
And this would not be that case.
Okay, well, I've run this horse up the racetrack as far as I can take it. Thank you, sir, for your response.
Thank you.
All right. I know we have Commissioner Vandevar in the queue, but let me ask this for point of clarification. If the commission was to order a customer assistance program to be funded with shareholder funds, in the amount of what has been proposed or something similar or comparable, would Aqua have objections?
I think I'd have to look to the attorneys on that. I don't know that answer.
That's fine. Take it under consideration. And Commissioner Vanderbar, you're next in the queue, and I think that'll probably be the last comment. So
I'll try to be very quick. So first of all, on your conservation rates, your upper rate, does that exceed the cost of service?
No, sir. The revenue requirement on average still provide, I'm sorry, the rates for the average customer still provides and meets the revenue requirement expected from those customers.
Right, but I'm talking about, you've got, I presume you got, how many rates do you have in the conservation?
I think it's 3 tiers.
Yeah, so I'm just saying on the top tier, does that exceed the cost of service?
That's a tough question. If 100% of the bill was billed at that rate, it would exceed the cost of service. I don't know if there's actually a cost of service structure that's been determined to say, well, these customers are incurring 12% more or 25% more
So
than
is
everybody
it
else.
just to influence behavior?
Yes, sir. Well, and there's a lot of history and precedence that was used in developing those.
Sure, just to make sure. Okay, I'll move over to the PFAS garden. Is PFAS garden a corporate affiliate of y'all's?
I don't think it's we have official
thing-
affiliate and affiliate agreement. It is owned by Essential, so
Yeah, so you're both owned by
Yes,
Essential,
yeah,
so you're
indirectly,
affiliated
yes.
in that way. I got it. And I think presiding Commissioner McKissick established that funds under the regulated entity, at least some, were used to develop that technology in terms of salaries, time,
For the use of,
for the development.
yes, because
Yeah.
we
For
need
the
it
use of
here in
North
North
Carolina.
Carolina.
I understand, but that technology was developed under with regulated funds.
portion of it was, I think,
Sure.
as Ms. Plummer had said earlier,
Sure, I get that.
it's been extended
I
and
get
taken beyond. Okay.
Yeah, I got that. Is there any way I can get a cost comparison for maybe your 25 percentile and 75 percentile water systems that compare activated carbon with the resin? It kind of shocked me that if this technology is so good, nobody's bought it yet. I still have it. I know no technology is one size fits all, but I just wondered if you all had that. I'd feel good about seeing it and assuring myself that I understood what was going on. So can I?
Commissioner, are you requesting a late filed
Yes.
exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
We could do that, yeah.
Those words. That's all I've got.
It was a 25% and a 75%.
Something, and you see what I'm saying, the 75% quartile or 25% and the 75%, not the biggest, not the smallest.
Yes.
That's all.
Um,
Thank you.
Yes, I did want to respond. I have a white paper that refers to both GAC and or granular activated carbon and anion exchange as treatment technologies for separation of PFAS from water. They're non-destructive. And it actually refers to the cost, the capital cost, and actually states the large media volume, high number of pressure vessels needed for GAC made the capital cost higher compared to ion exchange.
Can you just make the late submittal, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, well, that brings us to questions on commissioner questions.
No questions from the public staff.
No questions, public staff.
Okay, I'm gonna try to wrap it up with some big picture questions, okay?
You're wearing
So-
purple, remember?
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you some broad questions, but we're gonna try to wrap up these topics that we've been talking about, okay? So I'm gonna start, Commissioner McKissick, Presiding Commissioner McKissick asked some questions about Ms. Bada's PFAS estimate cost. And in general, the critique of Aqua is that the average cost that she is using now is on past projects where we've had inflation, we've had cost of capital, the costs are lower, And they're also not as complex projects, right? These are sort of generally the things that we've been talking about. Is that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
So, you know, even though you disagree strongly that averaging the projects just to come out a number, you did file an average attached to your testimony that reflected the different levels of projects and that used a average. But is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Exhibit, with rebuttal with panel exhibit 4.
Yes. But Aqua developed its PFAS project cost based on actual experience that it's learned over the past several years developing these projects.
That is correct.
Okay. Just one more thing. The projects that you've done first, you kind of, you know, you're ramping up. So the projects that you started with are the less complex projects. Is that correct?
They're low hanging fruit.
Yeah,
I'll admit
that's
they
right.
they were the easier ones to tackle.
Okay. Okay. So we'll leave that aside for now. So we're also talking about the PFAS guard. We had questions from Commissioner McKissick and Commissioner Vandervaart regarding that. This was developed for North Carolina. You saw a problem where you had a very small footprint and you needed to develop something for your state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you developed something first. After it was developed, there was a decision made that maybe other states would benefit for this project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you made the determination that perhaps other states would want to buy this. And so at that point, you developed this other idea, and that's how it was spun out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Let's go to Commissioner McKissick and Commissioner Camerite asked about the first PBM and the completion of CIP projects. Let's make it clear. Aqua wants to complete 100% of its projects. Let's just like start with that. Like that's correct. You're not looking to not complete your projects. But based on your learned and lived experience, that no matter how much you plan or try for contingencies, some of these projects are not getting in the ground on time. Is that correct?
That is correct. Can I make hyperbole?
Yes, you may. Sorry, you may.
It is a much larger scale kitchen remodel. If anyone has managed to get their kitchen remodel done on time, I applaud you. But I feel that that is a very similar comparison to what we deal with every one of our water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure projects. It is a challenge, even once you have all the contracts in place, to keep everybody on task and on schedule. But and there are plenty of pitfalls along the way, but it is always the intent to get to that 100%.
Okay. And on that same note, this is, in Aqua's opinion, a much better designed CIP. There was a lot of lessons learned from the first WISP. How to plan projects, how to develop your CIP, and how to report on that CIP.
It's not 9,000 lines, so I feel like that's a good start.
Yeah. So, but do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with
There
that.
were a lot of lessons learned, and you reflected those lessons in the new CIP that you filed at this docket. Is that correct?
This was a very well-learned and thoughtful CIP based off those experiences.
In addition to the reporting modifications
Yeah.
that came as a result since over the last 2-3 years,
Mm-hmm.
working on the quarterly and the annual reports and making sure that the public staff and the company were on the same page
Mhm.
and that they were receiving the information that they needed to make sure that
Mhm.
And we have
they could ask
improved
appropriate
the
questions.
clarity in the reporting. They were very cumbersome when we started, and I think they've already been streamlined through conversations with the public staff and with Aqua.
And one description that's been used of these reports is they started out as being very quantitative, and they were just numbers. And over the periods, we're including more and more information, so there's qualitative information.
That is correct.
I'm going to go, Commissioner Camerite asked a lot about the timely completion and the metrics. And we have current penalties in the metric. The public staff has asked to increase those, and Aqua wants to make them tracking. And as you discussed earlier in your testimony and in response to Commissioner McKissick, or excuse me, Commissioner Camerite, part of the concern is how the public staff is interpreting this PBM. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. So the amount of the actual penalty is directly tied to how it's being actually interpreted. Is that correct? So
that is correct.
So, okay. All right. I think I'm going to leave it there. Okay.
Have a point of flying down.
I need to move my exhibits in, excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay.
My question is everything. And
I need to move in the exhibits to the joint testimony of Becker and Plummer for the WISP panel joint rebuttal exhibits. There's 6 exhibits as pre-marked to move them into the record. Okay. And then, yes. And also in an abundance of caution, just in case there was any pre-filed testimony or exhibits that were not moved in, I would like to move them in. Any pre-filed at the request of, as requested by the court reporter. Okay.
I would like to make a similarly ambiguous motion. In an abundance of caution, I request that any pre-filed testimony, pre-filed exhibits, or cross and redirect exhibits that were not already admitted be admitted into evidence at this time.
I would do it. I would say.
There's anything left in the record that we have failed to at this time. So
Just brief.
Now, see any hand raised. Let me thank our staff.
Just one clarification. Are we holding the record open for the late filed exhibits?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. It will be held open for late filed exhibits. And I see Lynn standing, so perhaps,
Proposed orders?
oh, okay. Good enough. I think we're in good shape. Let me thank commission staff for the excellent job they have done in combing through all of the documents and information and preparing questions for this particular hearing, as well as providing us with excellent briefings and information that needed to be shared with us. Let us thank Aqua for the work that it did in presenting the evidence today before us, as well as the public staff. 1 second. You know, I got that right here. I was being reminded of something that's already on a page before me. I generally don't forget the things that are exactly before me. If it was not before me, I could have potential to forget it. But on that note, and thank the witnesses who have come in and answered questions to the best of their capacity to do so. There's going to be a 5-day turnaround time for the transcript, and 30 days after the transcript is available, proposed orders will be due. And on that note, I will look once again to each party to see if there's anything else that needs to be addressed that has not been addressed today before we adjourn this hearing. Hearing none, seeing none, this hearing is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.